heating installed. So I feel very much that, Gazprom, that's where it's at.
So there's a logical link, finally we've established it.
We found it, yes.
So Gazprom is one of the world's leading companies. It supplies natural gas and all other energy resources all over the world. We have the Russian company Nornickel, Norilsky Nickel, established in Norilsk. So they're Russian mining and metals company, and it's the world's largest producer of nickel and palladium. We also have Fosagra, who is one of the world's largest producer of phosphate-based fertilizers, and is a strategic partner of Russian Chess Federation and FIDE. We also have numerous other partners and sponsors for this event. Nigel, as you elegantly showed it
we'll
yesterday.
Try and get out of the way behind us.
We are so grateful to all of them, and they made this event happen.
Yes.
So back to the games. Yes, another day in the office.
Another day in the office, yeah.
We have more games today. Ladies first.
Okay, ladies first. Why not?
Somehow we don't have the pigeon. Oh, here. Yes, okay. Here it is.
Oh.
Well, I'm for the moment we cannot give an overview for this one,
Yes.
Only 3 moves on white behalves were played, and Alexandra Kostyanyuk is thinking, is it a surprise?
Yeah, I don't know. We need to check.
I will find out.
But in fact, from a purely objective point of view, this variation is not that dangerous at all. So white, I think I'll give you my theory on this opening. Mm-hmm. That essentially, when white puts the bishop here and along this diagonal, black does very well to place the pawn on c6 and just erecting the Berlin Wall or the Mexican Wall in opposition to the bishop, and also furthermore this bishop can come out to the f5 square where it's well placed. So my view, maybe it's too simplistic, is that black has a very easy game here.
Yes, and what I wanted to add, Nigel, is that they haven't played so many games in classical chess, actually. They've played a lot of rapid games and blitz, and for the moment, Tang Zhongyi is leading by 1 point margin. Only 2 games were played in the FIDE candidates tournament, so we will see how this game develops.
But maybe this is a good choice against her, because she tends to be well prepared, doesn't she, Alexandra Kostyanyuk?
Of course. Yes, she has enormous chess erudition.
Yeah, so just to play something, even if it's not particularly aggressive, to get her out of her usual schemes, that might be a good idea.
So
next
one. Anna Muzyczuk is
taking its
white, yes, against Alexandra Gerechkina, and what? So Alexandra Gerechkina plays the Berlin Wall, so the Berlin defense. So Anna chose d3. Mm-hmm. Bishop c5, c3, d5. Okay, the immediate d5. I have to check this one.
Yes,
wait a second,
theory.
Nigel.
Knight takes e5, and then they start castling and stuff.
Okay, let me quickly check this one, because it is a very interesting variation.
What, the Berlin is very interesting.
You see how
That's
it goes.
news to me.
No, but you see how it goes. Basically, it starts with the Berlin defense, and like 5 minutes later, they reach quite a wild position. For this opening. So
yeah, sure.
This is women's chess. So.
No, it's not.
No, I mean women's chess because in a way, a lot of fantasy. They're very well prepared, of course, but they go for sometimes for variations, which would require a lot of accuracy.
Yes.
From your opponent, so they would need to know this line perfectly. C5. Okay, let me check what was played recently.
So, White decided to take. We'll come back to this choice.
Bishop C4, Queen D6,
and B4.
B4.
Yeah. So, this is going to retreat, obviously. In general, just to talk about the structure here, the pawn structure, that in fact Black has done quite well. Bishop B6 has obviously been played. Not that obviously. I just started to think about it. Knight takes b4, just, you know how it is that you start saying something and then you suddenly notice it might be possible. It doesn't work, but you can consider moves like this, but then the queen is not coming out. A little digression. Sometimes it's good to think about these things at an early stage of the game, just to get your brain into gear.
Of course. And I found several games which continued with Bishop B6 and then not Knight BD2 but A4. An interesting observation. One of the games which was played with Black in this variation was played by Anna's second in this event. Yes. So you see Grandmaster Krivoruchko.
Right.
So he knows this position very well, and Anna started with Knight BD2.
Okay.
Is this
and what is his rating? Roughly?
26 something, yes.
High 2600s.
So Caruana Aranyan continued during London Chess Classics Knight BD2 castle. Knight BD2 castle, and only then Fabiano went for A4. So is this a simple transposition or not? Bishop F5. No,
A5.
That was played. Let's see.
Really? So bishop takes d3 or something?
You mean after a5?
Yeah, I'm just wondering what happens here.
Yes. We'll have to check because...
bishop, a5. Bishop takes f2 check and bishop takes d3 is the...
Yes, that's what I was thinking, that you have knight g4 as well. Then
because white is undeveloped. So bishop takes d3 here is dangerous, and that's two pawns already. And as attractive as those pawn advances have been on the queen side, they are costing some time. And that's dangerous. That's really dangerous because the c pawn is now dropping, and Black may end up even material up in a position like this once these things start to disappear. Yeah,
this position looks very dangerous. And once again, you see, Nigel, they've entered a very rare line, and already the ninth move could be critical.
Right.
Like after the 10th, yes, after a4 and bishop f5.
Mm-hmm.
So then here I was thinking just to have a look at...
So she's gone...
She castled, I think, yes.
Yeah.
How could you continue here? Something like you could also play e4.
Yes. And that's causing some discomfort. Because the knight is attacked, where does it go to? Knight g5 maybe, or does that lose something? And rook a d8 is possible.
No,
there
but Nigel, I think you have a 3, no? No,
do you?
No,
Rook
not
takes
yet, yes.
rook takes e3, or rook e8 is a move.
Yes. Okay, so e4, knight g5, and what?
Rook e8 is a move.
Rook e8, just... Yes,
Queen takes c3 is a move. I mean, it looks very dangerous. Queen takes c3 looks very dangerous here.
Because I really wanted to make this work, but I don't have the knight g4 yet, so I need to prepare this. But maybe I can simply play...
No, queen takes c3. Just take
I want
a pawn.
to take, yes. Mm-hmm.
Take pawns and then go queen d4 check.
I was worried a bit about this one, so you
queen
queen
d4 check.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And that's already 3 pawns.
Yeah.
That's already 3. And knight takes b4 is another pawn.
This
could be better for white.
This one, yes. I think that we should pressure white a little. You got carried away.
I did get carried away. It happens to me in the
studio. So maybe rook a d8, just to maintain the pressure, so you cannot take on e4.
Yes.
So because this is, of course, a dangerous spin.
No, it looks extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous.
That's
so I think this is why she's playing the way she has. That Anna is just concentrating on development.
Well, she castled first. Okay.
Yes.
In the game, okay. What happened in the game was let's see, just the variation that we analyzed in order to understand. So a4. Bishop f5, and well, as we've seen, a5 is very dangerous. Fabiano Caruana played bishop a3. You know.
Oh gosh.
Sorry, b5. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And to exploit this, and then some tactical complications
with e4.
Yes, started on e4,
which is.
Actually, well, not so much. That after this,
there were no more complications after this.
Yes, and the last move that I wanted to show is
of course, yes, queenside castling. That was obvious that white was going to castle queenside.
Okay, but Anna went for castle.
Yeah.
So maybe
the idea is clearly a different one. That if bishop f5, I guess queen e2 has to be the right move, and if rook d8, for instance, I guess knight e4. This is what I'm assuming is the. You can perhaps even insert some other things, but something like this is what I'm expecting.
You would put your queen on e2, because I think that would be a simple transposition from the other games after bishop f5. So would you put your queen on e2 or c2?
I'd put it on e2. It feels right there.
So you're not worried about these things, like maybe. Okay,
yeah.
We will see.
Does anybody know when is the men's semi-finals? Well, they're after the quarterfinals. That's when they are. And this is
in a few days, because we still we are possibly having some tie breaks tomorrow. So
2 days. 2 days.
A few days. Time. And okay, one last piece of information is Anna Muzichuk is leading also by a small margin, only by one victory against Alexander Garechkin in their personal encounters. So let's get to the...
Anna Muzichuk
she's
leading.
Yes, she's leading, yes.
Let's talk about the ages. I like talking about women's ages.
Okay.
When I ask them, they always ignore me. I don't know. But we're going to get... Why is that, Almira? Why is it?
Because you're a gentleman?
I'm not a gentleman. You can't be a gentleman and ask a woman's age. So, just to say, the oldest player in the women's event is Alexandra Kostyniuk, who's 37. And her opponent, Tan Jong-yi, is 30. The other match, Anna Muzychuk is 31, and Alexandra Goryachkina is the Benjamin. Is that what you say? The youngest participant.
And she,
22 years old.
She's also the strongest player in this event.
Highest rated. Highest rated.
Yeah. And recently she played so well in the Russian League qualification event, so she qualified for the Russian super final, as I may say, but the open one, of course. This is a historic qualification, and she's, I think I've looked at the live chess rating, she's rated right now 2616.
2616, yeah.
And actually, Anna Muzychuk is also one of the 4 players, I think, who broke the 2600 barrier. So she's a very strong player herself.
Yes.
This will be a very interesting match.
I saw a lot of Alexandra Goryachkina because I was present throughout the Women's World Championship last year in Shanghai and Vladivostok, and I was very impressed with her. She's got an extremely high level of understanding, and I think this will increase. She perhaps just needs to temper her aggression a little bit. Sometimes
she doesn't strike me as someone who's very aggressive. You know, she has such a positional style. But
you know, but sometimes you. I love the fact she likes to play chess, and she's always pushing. Occasionally, you get these positions where if you push too hard, it costs you, and that is what Ju Wenjun was able to exploit during the match. Yeah, some game where there was actually nothing really that could be done, and it was time for the players to pack up their bags, and she just kept pushing and pushing and pushing, and impaled herself, really. But Goryachkina is a big talent, very big talent indeed.
I just wanted to find a translation so I could say that we have this very popular Russian song sang by the rock group Kino, and they would say that the war is the fate of the young, so that's why she's pushing, and then you're becoming more pragmatic. So
yes.
I think it's a very important quality to have.
It is. I mean, the best players are pushers. You know, sorry, I don't mean drug dealers. It's the other meaning of the word pushers. You know that. So, I mean, Bobby Fischer was always one of those guys who was trying to win where there was any possibility of this. And Magnus is he's another one who, yes, he likes to play. You know, perhaps not quite in the same way as Fischer, but in general, he likes to go and to press when he feels that there's a chance. So these people, the maximalists, they are the ones who usually succeed in the long run. They score better. They put their opponents under pressure.
Well put.
Yes.
So should we get back to the World Cup?
Oh yes, yes. Let's do that.
Yeah. Magnus Carlsen is white against Etienne Vacro. We will have the images in a second. Alexander Gayachkin is in deep concentration right now.
What is this?
There's one of my openings once again.
So let's have a look at this.
Bishop b5, bishop d7. Bishop d7, queen d7. And actually, Magnus go for c4. There are a lot of forced lines in this opening. And actually, Etienne's choice is a very intelligent one. She goes seemingly for what...
He goes.
Yes, he goes for what computer analyzes is not an easy structure to play.
Yeah.
For black, for this c5, d6, e5. But that's the most aggressive approach against bishop b5 players. So, since I play this position with both colors, if you need to play for win, you need to go for this. Especially after bishop b5 and bishop d7. So
what can I say? I'm not in agreement with you. I'm not in agreement
yes, I know,
at all. I'm allowed to have a different opinion. I'll stay quiet.
So you see f5. Yes, stay quiet.
Yeah, I'll stay quiet. I'll let you talk about it. I'm looking at
that. Sort of anti-positional approach allows you to go for the immediate f5 to challenge the center.
So what?
And, well, you go for it. You don't have an easy play here with white.
Why not? Knight g5, knight e4, isn't that easy? That's very easy play.
What do you think so?
I do. I think that's very easy play.
I don't agree with you here on this one. I would love to disagree.
Okay.
Let's see. I wanted, of course, I can have a look at my own analysis, but I wanted to see if there were some recent games which could prove you wrong.
Yeah. Tell us. It's an odd system. I just think in strategic terms, in these positions, I think white has simple play, has a grip on the d5 square. On the other hand, if black is to occupy Wall Street, no, that's something else. That's a movement. If black is to put the knight in on d4, this will be met by bishop e3. And white is actually looking to exchange his bishop for a knight. If he exchanges a bishop for a knight, he will have a very good game. Somebody's telling me Tal was the pushiest one. That is not the case. I played Mikhail Tal 7 times, and especially in his later career, he was not always the most aggressive. And in fact, I tell a story in my latest book. When I played him in Reykjavik, he even offered me a draw before the game, despite the fact, had he beaten me, he would have caught me in the tournament. So I don't, people have their reputations, and Mikhail Tal's wild reputation came from his earlier days.
Okay, Nigel, can I prove you wrong?
Yes.
Well, there are a few games in this variation. f5 is actually a novelty in this position because he goes for a very straightforward line, but bishop e7 was played quite a few times, and g6, and bishop e7 was played by
Magnus Carlsen. Yep.
So
but you see, but he hasn't gone f5
of
immediately.
Course, I know, but I mean
there is a difference here.
No, but I meant this structure.
Okay, so this, but I've seen, haven't we seen other players? I think Aronian has played this structure. But when you allow this immediate central occupation, then I just feel that it's very, very easy play. Etienne Bacrot has to cause some complications. And I think what he's done is just too easy. That's my view. Look, what can I say?
Well, I don't agree with you at all on this matter. I think that today I will end up killing Nigel short online.
Okay.
Live.
That will be entertaining.
Well, metaphorically.
Right.
Bishop b7, knight g4. Still, I really feel that he had to go for this line, which Magnus knows very well.
Where is Black's play? I don't get it. White's moves are very easy.
Well,
I've castled.
And?
Okay, now what's your plan with Black? You're talking, this is aggressive. Just tell me what your plan is. Where are you putting your pieces?
Okay, my knight will go to d4 once. So
I'll take it. I'm going to take it the moment you do that.
Okay, let me have a look. Okay, once again, this one. So I want to have a Black's perspective.
Miserable, isn't it? It's pretty
Actually,
awful.
I'm thinking about the move. I'm not sure if it is at all possible, but this one.
Oh, no. Oh, you're making me wince.
And rook g8 then.
You're making me wince.
Oh, God, please tell me what computer thinks in this position.
G5, bishop takes G5. I mean, what is this? Come on.
Well, it's a little bit too early, but I have to prepare this, maybe.
Yeah.
This is in the air. I have to... But should I castle long or castle short?
Short is best. Anyway, that's... which is what he's done.
He castled, okay.
So
no g5.
I think White will play, sooner or later, he'll play bishop e3, maybe immediately. Mm-hmm. Then he'll go a3, b4. These are his plans.
So let's get back
all right.
to the world champion perspective of this game. So
it's a beautiful perspective.
Bishop b3, yes?
White is better, bishop e3, and then with the plan of a3, rook b1, b4, and I beat you in 90 moves.
Okay.
That's how it's done. It's been done before. Okay, next one.
Yes, and once again, Magnus Carlsen is a very difficult opponent for Etienne Bacrot. He has confirmed it yesterday, that he always had easy games in a way, so he beat him. I think he's leading with a +3 score.
Yeah.
So Etienne has a very difficult task upon him. What is going on today with these openings?
Okay, so it's...
Sergei Karyakin has to win with white, and she goes for the King's Indian attack, played by Bobby Fischer. That's how I've learned a lot of this, and also by Grandmaster Vasyukov.
It's been played by plenty of people. The nice thing about this is it's quite an easy system to learn. But Sergei Karyakin plays it from the other side, doesn't he? He's playing some of these classical variations from the other side. I always like this with white because you're usually making the same moves, and even playing in a standard way is not that easy to face.
Of course. I wanted to show you this, to draw your attention first to this move of a5. Normally how they proceed in this position. So g3 castle, bishop g2, let's say c5. We've seen if he would go, let's say, for the King's Indian attack, let's say we are not losing a tempo, we're going for the same position. So knight f1, a5, h4, a4, let's say bishop f4. This is just so here white always have to make this very important move, a3. So especially if you, well,
And that
you
was
could
the
have-
old
Yes,
Fischer game, isn't it? Yeah.
Exactly. So there was C3 was played. Just wanted to show. So
Yes.
Sam Shankland started with the A5. So he
Yes.
wanted to. Fix
I like that. I like that. I entirely
queen
approve.
side
I entirely
immediately.
approve of this.
A3 C5. Okay. 3 knight C6.
Mm. Can I
he-
show you?
Mhm.
Can I show you my own method
please, of course.
It's I doubt whether Sam is wasting his time studying my games, but this is a digression, long digression here. One good one for blitz here is I always like the move A5 here. And because I find that people who play the King's Indian attack always make the same moves. So I've had a game, in fact, I even had one game today going in this way. And at this point, players normally realize that black is playing knight takes a2 and then queening his a-pawn. And white is doing very, very little on the other side of the board. So this pawn, very importantly, keeps away squares for the knight. So a5 is a well-motivated advance. It's opening up advancing the pawn, increasing the scope of the rook on a8. That's a massive digression. Let's get to the position in hand. So b5, h4, bishop b7. So I don't know exactly what Sam Shankland is doing. I never really feel these positions for black. But fairly standard plans include bishop f4. But maybe this is his idea, Almira. Tell me what you think. Does he want a very quick f6? Is that his plan?
Yes.
So to meet this, and then you've got this threat here. So because bishop b7 is a sort of defensive move, and then, sorry, I need to get rid of this arrow.
Yes, especially before c3 is played, so you cannot counter it with d4.
Yeah.
Bishop f6, yes.
Not sure this works. That looks very dangerous. It looks very dangerous. So, no, maybe you can't do that. So he's probably going to do something else.
Well, we'll need to see. Nigel, I wanted to get back to the game between Jan Krzysztof Duda and Vidit Santash-Gujati because
yes,
they have...
let's do that. Let's do that. Wow,
well, that's where
it's going to finish. It's going to finish.
So
we better talk about it now. We got some. We were discussing these little nuances in the other games, and this one's just about to finish one way or another.
This is one. It's a very important theoretical line. I think all of this.
And you've got to explain.
Why can't you take?
Why can you not take? Because this is the first question anybody is going to ask. You moved a pawn, it's defended by one piece, and it's attacked by two. So why doesn't he take it?
Well, explain it to me, Nigel.
No, come on, I'm putting you on the spot.
Well,
knight takes a5, rook takes a5.
But I have a...
Bishop takes a5, d takes...
Well, if you take here, you play queen d5.
Yeah.
But they have a very important line in bishop takes a5, but then you play d5, and then that's why they play... okay. So, but d takes e5, it's not over yet, actually.
It's not over at all.
So, how
you
do
take
we continue?
Back.
And here, well, here, this one...
So now I've got completely confused.
No, what's the... What's the... So I had some line, a5.
Knight takes
e5,
knight takes e5 or
rook
something.
takes e5, bishop takes e5, d takes e5.
No, you can take on d8 and then knight takes e5. That's it. Sorry. Let's
No,
go
actually,
back.
knight g4 is the move here.
No, because
G4.
I'm just the reason he can't take is
we're
because
taking.
of here, and this is very dangerous because we suddenly get threats of knight c6 check
Knight f7.
and knight f7. So that's puts him in some sort of forking difficulty.
So here, actually, well, you have to go for knight g4.
Yes.
Right.
And then
So,
then how does this continue?
Let's continue with bishop
g5,
f6.
And this is
takes
very
f6.
dangerous.
Yes, and bishop h4. Let's say this is the variation white is aiming at.
And white is material down, but the bishop on b3 in particular is extremely dangerous, and black's king is exposed. And this apparently is known to be good for white.
Yes, so let me show you this small variation we were talking about, the bishop e5, but was on the important one.
Oh, all
the
right.
d5, yes.
Yeah,
and you lose the piece on the spot.
less
yes.
interesting.
Then, this line is a critical one,
Yep.
of course. So you play, bishop b3. You give up this pawn, and which is before you couldn't take it because you always had this bishop d5.
So and now it's a very, very sharp continuation.
Bishop d7 protects it. The knight on c6. So went
d5
for d5
takes, and knight takes f2. My golly gosh!
Is this
all my gosh!
Computer analysis, Nigel?
This is certainly computer analysis. A knight f2 check, and both sides are taking lots of pieces. Queen takes f2. Bishop c6, and now knight e5. So that is with a threat of mate, which is met by this. King g1 with a huge threat still. So why king g1? Because if king takes, queen g5 check is a good move, and then queen takes knight. Still some complications there. So king g1, queen here. Knight takes f7. Queen takes, king takes, rook f8, king takes, knight d2. Well, that is very interesting. I am honestly surprised that FIDE is playing this position, because I would suggest that white is better. That is my gut feeling. The engine, no doubt, will say something completely different. But I'm just looking at that, and I think with the... if you got something of interest, you'll...
Well, Adiban played this variation with white.
Right.
It seems like they analyzed these positions with both colors,
yes,
of course.
And they are good chums. But it's a long time ago, this game.
Yes, long time ago, but actually,
2013.
They were still following a few games up till this moment. So this year, CB was tried.
Okay.
So Maxime Vachier-Lagrave played this against Livon Aranyan. So... wait a second. I mean, here. How did it go? Here. C takes, and then you would go bishop a7 and keep
bishop
d5.
Bishop d5.
Yes, queen d7, and actually Livon Aranyan even won this game, but this is a blitz game. So, probably
blitz game.
Blitz games.
I don't pay too much heed.
Yes.
Too much heed to blitz games.
So queen f2 was played in a classical game, and it continued by bishop c8. So this is a novelty, bishop c6 here. What is the computer evaluation?
People keep calling me a farmyard animal here, a goat. Is that... Which is your favourite animal, Almira? Do you like domestic animals, little pets?
No, wild animals. So basically...
Do you not like fluffy animals?
Fluffy rabbit.
You like fluffy rabbits. Oh, good.
No, actually, my favorite would be a black panthera.
Oh, Black Panther.
Panther, yes,
right.
yes.
Okay.
Not a pink panther. Yes.
Oh, no. Pink panther. That's right.
So what is the evaluation of this position? What does computer think here?
What is the engine? Put the engine on. Let's ask
our chat.
Let's ask the chat.
Yes, let's ask the chat. It's important.
I say this is better for white. Probably not very much. Small advantage for white. Put Ceci on it. What does Ceci say about this? You'll tell us in the chat.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, at least you're a goat who speaks perfect English. Okay. No, this one. Vladimir Fedoseev is white against Amin Tabatabai, and
oh yeah, we
have some. Yes, we have some warning signs because I had a look at their games, and actually Amin Tabatabai is leading 2-0, and he won both of these games with black.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's a very interesting piece of information. So maybe Vladimir, overpushed in those games because he is a maximalist himself. So let's see. He needs to be careful, and that's why I think he went for this position. Yep. Isn't it? Okay. Seems to be like C3, the old theory, no?
Yeah, the George Orwell variation, the homage to Catalonia. That's it.
Okay. Mm-hmm. But Nigel, is there something new?
The little... this is an old variation. Yes. It is an old... but there have been many, many games. I'm not up to date, as usual.
So knight e1 is a very important idea because this is one of the Catalan knights, which when you bring it to d3, it is becoming a monster. So knight d3.
Normally the bishop is becoming a monster.
Yes, but this is
always a monster.
Remark,
Always a monster. And it's that pressure on the diagonal which makes this position playable, worthwhile for white. I mean, if it's worthwhile at all, it's because of that bishop. There is the potential, though, and it should be mentioned, that the potential for black to obtain the advantage, because this pawn here on c5, at the moment it is cramping black, but it could be that this pawn can become a weakness in the longer term and can even fall off. Isolated pawns do disappear. I mean, for the moment, it's under no danger at all, but slightly longer term than it could be.
We have a few moves on the board, Nigel. Rook c8 was played,
yes.
I think.
Yeah.
Bishop c1 and knight d. Actually, I like this move, knight d5.
Well, he's got to stop bishop f4, so there is a reason for this move.
But then, are you giving up your bishop here or never?
I'm not sure.
So, is this a threat as well? I would like to go bishop f6. No. Bishop
f6, yes. But so it looks to me like that bishop c1 is a very ambitious move, and if he is miscalculated, he's going to regret putting his bishop there quite frankly.
So,
So let's have a look at direct things.
Yes,
Bishop takes
bishop
it
d5.
and knight f4.
maybe this is...
Maybe that's his idea. Who knows? Yeah, knight f4.
Well, no, let's say from a human perspective, once again, you would never think of giving up this bishop. But sometimes computer proves you wrong, like we've seen in recent games.
It's not
there's
even,
bishop c3.
you might just win a pawn. So from a
We've
human
seen doing
perspective, it's not that unusual. If you're winning material, are you winning material? Possibly. And possibly it doesn't.
Can I
doesn't
go
matter.
like this?
And
Like
then-
before, and then I wanted to go bishop a4 if you play a3. If maybe there's some small tactical idea, so it's quite complicated.
It is complicated.
So if you go
So a3
bishop a4,
takes on b4, takes here, rook
Rook
d3.
rook c4, you have knight d5.
I've got
maybe.
knight takes d5, bishop takes d3, d3.
I can maybe, okay.
No, then you're just a pawn down. I play knight takes c7, bishop t. Oh no, you've got bishop c4 there. No, then bishop. Yeah, you've
Bishop b2, yes.
Let's see. We take now knight d5, something, and then rook takes a7, and white is winning some material.
But that's why, wait a second, here I wanted to...
All right.
Nigel, wait, because I wanted to use this pin. You always Russian me. This is there?
No,
any way
I'm not
like
rushing you. I'm reading the commentary
can
here.
I
I'm
play
reading the
b6
chat.
here?
Sorry, chat.
this?
You can.
Doesn't work as usual. I think so. Maybe bishop b3 simply. No?
Or bishop f4 first.
Bishop f4 first.
Rook b7 and bishop e3, or bishop d6 even is good.
Yes, this
Yeah.
doesn't work. Okay.
Doesn't really work.
Okay, so then maybe bishop d5 should be considered. The first option.
It certainly should be considered. After knight f4, I wanted to play something else.
Can
I
you
wanted
start with-
d4. Just go
What?
d4.
d4 here. You don't want to start with bishop f6?
Well, knight takes d5 anyway.
Yeah, okay. Let's show that's knight f4, bishop f6 you wanted to take here, and bishop a1 you simply take on c7. And
Yeah,
you take
and if
here.
rook takes c7, I play knight takes a1. Or even bishop f4 is good. No, bishop f4 is not good because of bishop e5, so I'd play knight takes
Knight
a1.
e1, and here
Pawn down. Pawn down.
d4.
Yeah.
Then knight d5.
Yeah, rook d7. Claro. Knight takes e7, check, rook takes e7, and my counterplay against e2 will guarantee that I'm doing fine. Maybe. That's it.
Maybe. Scientific precision. Yes, d4 is a more concrete continuation than... Okay, for the moment, let's have a look. Did we have a look at all of the games? Okay. I think, yes, Vidit is still thinking after knight d2. This is the position on the board. Okay. h5, h6, and bishop f4 was played
it all
here.
looks fairly standard, yes.
Okay, you need to bring your knight to g4. Sometimes you go via e3, sometimes you go via h2. Then here I have this feeling that white have spared the tempo on queen e2.
Yeah.
It might be very useful. So
Very
sometimes
useful
yes, you can
indeed.
play queen d2 and sacrifice on h6 immediately. So I agree with you here, Nigel, in this one.
No, you never agree with me, Almira. We're always in total opposition. Come on. Look, White's plan is sacrificing here with any piece, any time, bishop, knight, whatever. So Almira described White's plans perfectly. It's checkmate. We go knight e3, knight g4, bam. Queen d2, bam. And it's all over. So Sergei Karyakin gets
G4,
back,
G5
even
sometimes.
g4, g5, bam.
Let's say, what is like the, how do we start protecting our king?
I've no idea. I've no idea how you play these positions.
I don't know. Bishop f8, knight e7, f5. You know, there are a lot of defensive resources, but I think that Sergei here has an upper hand.
Also, I want to make a general comment about this.
We cannot calculate anyway.
But we can't calculate anyway. We're useless. That much is clear. General comment. You know, Black has gained some space on the queen side. I'm not exactly sure what his plan is. Do you have any idea what his plan is? I don't know. Whereas White has well-known ideas. They will be totally familiar to him. Yeah, you can play b4 and so what?
Yes, but
and
I'm showing what they usually do.
Big
here.
deal. Then what? White's ideas are just ganging up on h6, take, and checkmate. And that is the key, the last word, checkmate. You know, you break through there, it's game over. Sergei Karyakin doesn't, he needs to win this game. So some small positional advantage somewhere which you may get, which can evaporate, is something else. This one, if you break through, it's all over. So from a mini-match situation, the situation he's in, where he's facing elimination, this is exactly, I would say, the type of position that he would like to have. I'm exaggerating when I'm saying bam, 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 but it's a matter of taste. I don't like these positions for Black. I don't like to be put under pressure. And it's also a mystery to me how Black should arrange his forces.
Nigel, also one very important detail in this position that White also hasn't played c3. So you don't have these usual targets while you attacking on the queen side. Normally White played c3 to avoid knight d4, but here I have and open the c file, so you start attacking on c2. But here I believe that you can even take and play queen g4 because this pawn is overprotected.
Yes.
And then you could go for queen g4 and then even win this pawn in this manner.
Yeah,
so
that's a very sensible idea.
And you will always protect like this. So we will see if knight d4 can happen here.
What has he done? He's moved. All right.
Just let's see. What was the last move? Queen b6. Okay, so maybe he's preparing knight d4. So the pawn will be protected, and then he would play rook fc8, double on the c file, bring the bishop to f8, protect, and knight d7, knight f. No, this one, if we'll exchange, it will not go there. Then maybe b4. Oh. But still, I would take white, of course, here.
You don't let me intimidate you. You can hold a contrary opinion. Just because I talk loudly doesn't you can disagree.
Well, you could be right sometimes. So that's fine with me. You know, it's like I don't have to be right all the time. So. Unless it's some recipe in the kitchen, yes, then I can stab you with some casserole. Okay, queen g6. Let's be serious. Actually, it's very funny because 14th move queen b6 was played on the other board, and 14th move queen g6 was played here.
Let's talk in general terms. White has an isolated pawn in the center, but it's fairly insignificant. And then black has a backward d pawn. But in general, I prefer white just because of better control, particularly the d5 square. Knight on d5 is very powerful.
I wanted to check if we have some more moves in the women's section, and
Yes.
we'll get back to this one.
Yes.
Yeah. So yes, but knight on d4 is also very powerful. On what you wanted to say, that you could take it maybe, but let's see. Queen g6. Should we start with knight d5 here?
Wonderful, these people. I like the man telling woman she can disagree. Classic sexism. And when a man tells a woman she can't disagree, what is that? I don't know. So you can say whatever you like. That's
Knight d5. Let's try knight d5, Nigel. Probably Magnus is considering something else because this something very obvious.
And it's a nice shirt by Magnus. He's a sharp-dressed man.
But knight d5 actually, if we consider it immediately, then we could take.
Yes, and I think you can take.
No, but then.
And take on the bishop is hanging.
Yes, so let's say queen e4, rook e1, and then queen d4. Or not even like something like queen f5.
No, queen takes, rook takes c7.
Rook takes c7, yes, so then I have to go for queen d4. But then it's a draw. How do you win this one?
Queen takes c4. Queen takes c4.
Queen takes c4, okay.
Take the pawns.
Another one.
Another one bites the dust.
Yeah.
Well, rook c1, and the game continues, but anyway, 95 is possibly too early.
Yes, it's too early.
Yes. But maybe there are some tactical issues here, and perhaps we shouldn't dismiss the chances of your countryman prematurely. He wants to somehow move his queen, looking at queen d3, and then perhaps bring a rook over to e1 even, and then knight d5 at some point, or knight d5 then. But I want to first defend. But my question is, immediately, if queen d3, can black play bishop f6? That is my concern, and I think this is Magnus's concern.
Yes, because you cannot take it because of bishop d4. And then you simply lose the bishop, but then queen d3, bishop f6, queen d6, and then bishop d4.
Takes, you can,
maybe take on c3?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, take on
But
c3.
I'm just wondering, takes on c3, then what do? You have to go queen d5 check then.
Why can't I take on? You have bishop d4. It's
check.
okay, bishop
Yeah.
d4. So then queen c3.
Or you can just queen d5 check, maybe. There you're winning some material.
Yeah, but still not, well...
No, it's still not so clear. It's still not so
Let's
clear.
say this, and bishop takes c3. What I don't like is that you're protecting all these squares, and my knight doesn't have, well, a lot of perspective.
No.
Maybe queen d5 then? Can we protect this pawn in a very direct manner, then queen d5 and then bring your rook? I don't know.
You could, but then, yeah, you could do that, possibly.
Okay, queen d5,
king
h8, and then maybe
rook d8 you can do first, and then maneuver around. And you probably have to move your queen anyway. Rook d8, okay.
Well, I told you, but then why do we need this rook e1 here? We should start queen d5, and bishop g3. Say bishop g3. I think that you should sacrifice this anyway. You should go for something like bishop f6.
You need to activate that bishop, because if black fails to activate that bishop, he will just be worse. How much worse is another matter.
And
I have beaten Garry Kasparov.
And we have a move, actually.
Yeah, I've beaten Garry Kasparov. 95. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, I've beaten Garry Kasparov very few times, but one of them was in a position structure very, very similar to this with when I was white, and why are you laughing?
no, because you're defending the structure, so that's why.
I'm saying it's good for white.
Yes.
I mean, but that's why I feel that white is doing well here. I could be wrong. I mean, maybe it's too much.
What does computer think here?
The computer.
The Sessi. We actually asked, for the evaluation, but it was another. It was another position. So
yes.
I'm not sure, how computers evaluate these positions with this type of structure in the center.
But I'm wondering about this queen takes e4, because that looks absolutely critical to me.
And as we can see, Etienne is in the deep thought. By the way, he has more time. Magnus has less than 1 hour left, and Etienne has 1 hour.
Plenty
of time. So he's probably calculating this concrete line.
Okay.
So, women.
And it is a serious question. I'll leave this one for you, Almira. I'll stay quiet. Can a trans woman play in a women's tournament?
Oh, God. Why not? I think that it is possible, so... I don't know what are the regulations on this topic, but as my personal opinion, I really think that it is possible. Coming to sports, once again, so
Absolutely.
It depends on the official regulations.
Yes.
But I would actually allow anything. I think it's very important. So, getting back to this line, castle. Bishop g4 was played, not bishop f5.
Okay.
a4, a5. A very important inclusion here, b5 and e4. Have a look at this position, Nigel. What is going on here? Let's start with the most materialist approach as usual. Can I take this one? You want to play knight e5 probably, yes? So then let's say queen d1, d1, knight e5.
Or
And then I still have bishop e2.
Let's go back. Let's do this.
Here.
Knight takes c4.
Well, your knight is hanging there.
The knight is hanging. It is indeed.
And she goes for this
She
line.
goes for it. Yeah, because at the moment I haven't seen what's wrong with it. It's sort of the most simple way to play.
Is it a simple refutation?
Well, I mean, exactly whether it's winning or not is another matter. But I'm just wondering, okay, so knight e5, bishop e2, can I do f5, for example, here? Maybe not. Maybe it's not good, because knight takes e5 I could play, even. Takes, rook e1. And do you have enough? No, I don't really know
because
this.
you will play bishop e3, yes, on the next move. And then, but let me check here. Bishop h5, bishop e3. Wait, Nigel. Can I start with rook d8?
You can.
Then you can...
I can play bishop e3.
Anyway.
Yes.
Yeah, this is not enough.
I can even play rook takes e2 after takes, you know, so rook takes e2. And you have some compensation, a measure of compensation, but I don't think... You're clearly struggling to draw at a moment like this.
Well, I cannot find... Maybe we should take first and play this, but you will play bishop b3 anyway. Can we go for...
or you could have taken...
Yes.
You could have
Can I
taken...
take like this, or it's too much?
I've got another suggestion. Maybe it doesn't work. Well, you could have done it the other way around. F5.
Yes. F5 and then take.
Yeah.
Okay, how did you...
No. What I mean is take on f3 and then knight e5. That's what I meant. But this one... what does white play? Can white play f4? Then we go f takes c, f takes e5, rook takes f2, bishop c4 check. King Kong, king h1, I guess, maybe some other move.
Okay, king h1 and...
doesn't look as if there's any compensation there. So she's gone knight e5 immediately, of course. Not immediately.
No, she took on e4 for the moment. I don't see...
Oh, sorry.
That's all.
Sorry. I'm getting... The monitor's quite far away.
Okay, let's get back to an...
Let's
so
see what's happening to here.
Tanjongi is white against Alexandra Kostyanyuk. So what happened here? Alexandra went for bishop g4 and e6.
Okay.
Only then...
So she did the c6 stuff.
Queen b3, king b6, c5, so take. Okay, she gave up the bishop immediately.
I like that.
G6, B4, knight A6.
Okay.
That's a very important move to include because
Yes.
then you can play knight C7. She goes for the,
Yes.
and stop the B5, of course.
Yeah, it's really, really important to stop B5. If that's the moves are a bit puzzling to me here.
Okay, let's see here. Knight.
So
B5, is it a threat right now or not? That's what I want.
it's starting to be dangerous. It's already
Okay, knight
in the
A6.
air. On knight C3 was in the air. So explain why she went back and didn't take a pawn, Almira.
Where?
Bishop F1. Go back.
Wait, sorry.
Couple of moves. Yeah.
Here?
Yeah.
Knight B4. Let's see.
First question to ask.
Well, I'm not sure if you're getting back after rook A4.
Yes.
I couldn't find anything for black here.
No. But it has to be
Yes.
seen. That's the whole point.
But then an A5, you have bishop D2, I suppose. So you will always get this pawn back, and with very strong initiatives. Then B4, B5. What is this? Just
Yeah,
pure
that's just good for white.
take on A5. So that's why she had to play knight C7, bishop F4. You have to play king D7 probably. I'm trying to understand this. So knight C3, knight H5, and bishop B3.
That's a strange move to me, but maybe it was not possible to play bishop takes C7. And the move I wanted was bishop C7 and B5, but I think I'm too slow with this move. Bishop G7 is a good move. Rook A4, and now
Can I strike you with E5?
And you must strike with E5. And if you don't strike with E5, white will be able to obtain a grip.
Well, especially you still haven't played F4, and that's a very important moment, so you have to use it. The knight H5. I think bishop B3. She wants to play F4 here, no?
She does, but after the move A6, what's white's idea?
So if I can also go knight G7 from here, knight F6. It depends if you keep your pawn on F3 or F4. If you keep your pawn on F3...
my idea here is that black can play in a way that she can't really be touched. So, first of all, if we look on the queen side, white has no breaks. Absolutely no breakthroughs at all. B5 is your only move. If you can't play B5, that's it. You've got that structure. Then you look at the other side of the board. Can white do something there? Yeah, white can try to maneuver around on that side. But I believe black can always meet this one way. As you said, knight G7 is an important defensive resource. Now, whether black is going to win a position like this, that's another story altogether. That would be a very, very slow maneuvering game, typically. But
Nigel, we should also mention maybe this maneuver, but this doesn't go anywhere.
I have been thinking about it because knight A4, rook E8, knight B6, king D8. So I was thinking about it already.
Knight A4 because...
I was looking whether tactically you can justify that, but I haven't seen how. Rook E8, knight
B6, king D8, and F4 here. Let's say.
You can do that.
Then
knight G7.
Okay.
The knight will come.
So you would go knight G7 even with here, because I was thinking maybe knight F6, but you still have this F3, the second pawn can go to F3. Okay, so knight G7. And knight f5. Yes, you will transfer. So I will
Transfer the knight to f5. Knight f5.
Mm-hmm.
I just think I'm in no danger at all. I mean, my first thing to do with black, if I were playing black, I'd just say, right, okay, I'm going to make an impregnable position. You're not going to be able to touch me at all. And I think I'm a long way towards that.
And this knight is actually not doing anything.
Well, it covers a couple of squares, but you're right that it does little.
So, I mean,
it does very little.
I will play bishop g7 and maybe f6 and e5 at some point.
So black has more long-term plans than white does. That's whether it's going to be enough to really do anything, who knows?
Okay. Do we have more moves here? No,
Yep.
No, I think Alexandra is still thinking.
Okay,
yes,
okay.
After bishop b3.
Let's have a hop around. Let's have a look at.
Just let's get back to this one. Actually, Alexandra Gerechkina took immediately on f3. So what is happening here? If queen f3, knight e5.
Yeah, and then she's got queen c5. Maybe.
And I can
maybe she's got some other moves as well. It's also possible because you've got. Sorry, if you just takes, knight e5. I was suggesting.
Maybe
I think knight takes bishop might be okay. Takes rook f e8 because it will be difficult to defend the e pawn. I think black has very good compensation there. Bishop on b6 is extremely strong.
Actually,
Queen e6 is an idea. Queen e6 is threatening to win the pawn back.
But then maybe we should take on d6, as in the previous line.
That will open the c file, but it definitely has to be considered.
But the difference is that what I was thinking about is that now I will have this bishop d5 square undisputed. So
takes.
Knight e5 and bishop d5 here. I'm not sure this is enough.
I think that is the right way to play, because if you go back to e2 and try to say I'm a pawn up after knight e5,
then
rook c8,
yes.
And this is a lot of activity for black. You're suddenly threatening the pawn. This is dangerous, and f5 has to be considered. But I like your idea, Almira, bishop d5. Because takes, if you take, king g2 can be played, knight h5, king h4, king h3, or even
G3,
there.
I think maybe.
I put it on h3, but it doesn't matter.
Knight g6.
I just
and this, and I can take.
You can take indeed.
So bishop f3, and Anna Mazichuk is still thinking. So. Did we have an evaluation of this one, Nigel?
I did ask some people, and there were claims. I don't know what they were using, whether they were using Fritz 1.0 or something, but in general it was considered to be a bit better for white, as I said. I'm sure it's an excellent engine, Fritz 1.0. Have you used that?
Sorry, Nigel, because I'm thinking I already. How did you say, like I sank into deep thought?
Yes.
Because I was thinking, are you changing rooks here
never,
or not?
Never.
But then you have this idea of taking on b5. You see that? Or I'm too slow?
Yeah, I think you're too slow.
Too slow?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
That's,
I think, but en principe, you never want to do that. I mean, there are. I'll never say never. Never say never again.
Okay, but like king f2 was played. Okay, I have to cover this.
Yeah, and now check knight f3 is the idea.
Yes.
Very, very clearly.
Knight f3, knight d4, and maybe then I can exchange. I will threaten to exchange rooks. Certainly, and this is what happened in the game between Magnus Carlsen and Etienne Bacro. Knight d5. Etienne played bishop g5.
Yeah, that's right.
But
okay, so that's a modest.
Oh, he wanted to exchange his red bishop and to claim that then later he will be able to win this pawn, I think. But okay, knight c3.
So he played knight d5 earlier and now queen d3.
Mm-hmm.
So he's defending this.
Well, players are so alone, in these images. We've lost the whole field.
Yes.
So.
And very strangely, because, we're here in the studio, I mean, you can't really see this because there are just the two of us here and there's a camera, but there have been loads of people very, very close to us, all the technicians and so on, and there have been more commentary people, and they are disappearing one by one. So it's going to be just the two of us left and a camera at the so we'll probably be going in the going around the playing hall like this with it.
Well,
how do you do that? The charades? I don't know. The book. That's it.
I've been talking to security lately a lot, because they're actually some of them have never played chess before, but they've been following the event, since the very beginning. So they have their favorites, they're supporting Russian chess players. And this reminds me of the event that we've covered, in June, the Grand Chess Tour in Bucharest. Players were stopped on the streets, asked for selfies, autographs. There is such a chess boom everywhere.
Yeah.
And the interest for the game is rising. Of course, we've talked about the Queen's Gambit, but I was thinking maybe this is a general trend because, in some of my favorite science fiction books.
So where have you been mobbed?
You need to be a player.
Yeah, where have you been mobbed? Which chess tournaments have you gone to where the crowds of adoring fans have thronged around you, asking for your signature, like they do in Spain? Firma, firma.
Well, there's one thing that I don't like is I usually like to sublimate the others, so I don't like to be in this situation myself. So I would ask you the same question.
Yeah, well, there have been some places where there are loads and loads of signatures. I think probably the one that was the most for me was the Manila Interzonal, Olympiad, excuse me, in 1992. And I estimate that I signed about 3,000 signature autographs during that event.
Right.
Give or take a few hundred, but it was an awful lot. But there are some other places where they do. I mean, it's very nice if you're in Cuba, for example. You go for a walk along the sea, especially if you happen to be with Vasily Ivanchuk. Ivanchuk, and they're coming up. Signature, and he's just recognized there and things like that. So there are some places where chess is very popular. It's popular in Russia as well. Yeah. I mean, I've had people here asking.
No, because I just wanted to finish the topic because I've seen one of the questions. So I was actually talking about this trilogy by Jan Ian Banks, because I had to have a look at what is called in English, because l'homme des jeux, so it's the player of games. It's a very interesting
Ian Banks,
book. So I was talking. So maybe this is what we are coming to this ultimately more or less society where the biggest quality is to master the games and to have this analytical abilities. So that was the chess boom.
Right.
A small digression, and let's have a look at this one. So Queen D3, Etienne is still thinking. What is he considering here, Nigel?
Bishop takes F4. That's what I would be considering. What else? What else are you considering?
No. What will be the follow-up?
Or Rook E8. These are the two moves that spring to mind.
But then, can I take with the knight first?
Yeah.
Then Queen H6?
Yes.
And then...
But it's a little dry. And this is the problem that Etienne is facing. I think that look, Magnus would like to win today, but it's like Henrik said the other day when I was talking to Magnus's father, was saying that yes, in former times he would be wanting to win all of these games, and he's a little more pragmatic now that he would probably think, okay, just winning the match is enough. I don't say he would be playing for a draw. I don't think he's playing for a draw, but if it happens to be...
But maybe this is the optimal approach in this format.
Because
it's very important to keep your energy.
Keep your energy, and also you very often win games because your opponent has to do something. So he's banging his head against a brick wall.
And he went for knight d4, actually, Nigel. We didn't consider this one. Okay, looks, scary, but still you have this bishop, controlling the square, so knight d4.
I would want to play bishop g3.
Bishop g3, so you will keep the bishop on the board.
Sooner or later I'd want to do that.
But then, let me take. So
yes.
Take and rook e8.
Okay. Rook e1. And you've got an active knight. My pieces are better than yours.
Because they're your pieces?
Yes.
I just wanted to have the philosophical premises of this statement.
No. Well, there are some players like that. And they are very, very optimistic, and you show them a position and they say, yeah, I'm better, I've got better here, And then if you flip the board around, of course I understand better. It's just there are players with this unstoppable optimism. My colleague in FIDE, Victor Bologan, is one of these players who always thinks he's better. It doesn't matter what is happening on the board.
Nigel, and I know, we don't have enough pieces here, unfortunately, to create
no, you're not creating anything.
Very complicated, but I cannot even go, h5 here.
You can. Bishop f2, I can always play bishop f2. Let's look at something more spicy than this.
Here it is. He went for g4. The another plan that I mentioned in this position.
You did.
I mean, it's not so easy actually to understand when to switch, but that's where. So queen b6 with the idea of playing rook c8, queen d2, rook c8, g4, because he decided that maybe that's quicker this way to break through. So queen d8 back. Knight h2.
And we should point out, so queen d8 back is he's trying to make it difficult to break through with G5 because he's got an attack against E5. Actually, this is the point. So
Let's try
G5 takes, knight takes G5, and now knight D takes E5, I think is his would be the idea.
Well, it's still not over, but I felt 96.
Yeah, you can do that.
But
yes.
then it's not much because you are keeping this bishop.
Your attack starts to disappear after this. So, yeah, you could do that. Maybe bishop f6 at that moment there. And bishop takes b2.
Yes, rook e6 and bishop b2, so
Yeah.
rook e1. And
he's done something.
you know that even this might be dangerous because I will play h6 in the
Yeah.
next move. Okay, you will need to do
rook
something.
a6 or something, yeah.
He went for, actually,
King h1.
knight h2, rook a6 was played here, and
King h1.
So he wants to bring his rook to g1, yes?
So that is a good plan. And as Almira points out, he wants his rook on the g file, and he wants effectively to bring this rook over to g1. So he'll play rook g1 and then rook a to e1, and then he will start pushing with g5. And this is a dangerous plan.
How do you counter this plan here?
No idea. I just don't like the position. It's much easier to attack than it is to defend.
Well, I remember one of my last games that I've played in this variation. Okay, I've actually lost it, and I realized that when black is not losing some tempis here, then it's not so easy to launch an attack. So you would always have to sacrifice in a very precise moment. And what to do? But what to do here with black?
I don't know. I've no idea. B4 and
should we go
B4 and C4? I don't know. What do you?
Should we prepare first for this one? Or I don't know. But B4, let's try the most.
Okay, rook G1.
Direct approach, rook G1. So what can we do here? Because this leads to nothing. We'll simply take. So you're not taking here.
Well, you could play C4. I don't know.
C4 and C3? Let's say if I close here, should you start with C3? And if I take here, you would actually take here. But still, I don't know.
Then I just think checkmate. G5 and checkmate. Checkmate.
That's not enough. After D4, you're secured to your center. So.
Nigel's commentary, like his playing style, non-committal. No, it's just when I say I've got no idea, I mean I've got no idea. It's as simple as that. I really.
But I also think that this is very refreshing.
What?
Because nowadays, everyone has an opinion about everything. Especially when you have a computer alongside, your board. So then I think this is a very honest approach. And, we're trying to do our best. So.
There is nothing wrong with saying you don't know things. And in fact, this is, I think, one of the biggest problems in today's society, that people feel obligated to give an answer to things, or they may not even understand that they don't know things. That's another issue as well.
There's so much information, you cannot possibly know everything.
There's the Dunning-Kruger effect. You know that. Dunning-Kruger effect. It's when people who are basically don't really have a clue think they know very much more. It's because they lack the tools to even understand that they don't understand.
But what is the analogy? Why is it called so?
It's because these are the people who Dunning and Kruger. That they were the ones who developed this.
The concept.
The concept.
Okay. So then.
So the people who suffer from Dunning-Kruger syndrome. They are the ones who are absolutely sure about absolutely everything, even when they're complete morons and don't.
Well, look, it's
going for a draw.
But okay, probably there was they went for this line, which we analyzed d4.
Yes,
exactly. So
we're doing well. We're doing well.
You're doing well. Here, King f1. We haven't considered this.
Well, I thought Rook d8 was good enough. Yeah, I did notice that, but is that sufficient?
Maybe that's not enough. Actually, I think that Amin played very well here because he challenged this bishop immediately. So rook e d7, bishop d6, and b6.
Yeah.
So you cannot hold this outpost here. So rook c1, f6, f3, bishop f7, d4 and d4, and he even took. He's not in a hurry to take here. Actually, he took on a2 first. Rook a4 and bishop b6 and rook a6. So you can simply take, but then is he going for this endgame? I will probably win this pawn.
You may win this pawn. You're probably not going to win. I mean, white is. I mean, here there's rook c8 is an issue.
But then
takes rook c8. That's. I mean, how are you going to do anything? Also, your bishop's hanging. Sorry, check.
Yes, on a6. Yes.
So that's apologies, a little bit dopey. So let's do that better. Let's go rook d1 check and takes and bishop c4.
Mm-hmm. And then rook d2 simply.
And rook d2, you've got rook e7.
But that's, I mean, with this setup...
It's still going to be a draw. Yeah, it will be.
Because I will keep my rook here.
You'll put on c2 even, just keep things protected. It's likely a draw.
But maybe I can try and play f4, king f3, e4, because you don't want to play f5 here, because then I will transfer my bishop to this diagonal. So still a try. Then
it's going to be drawn though, I think. Is he munching his opponent? Chewing away.
Yes, we had these special regulations actually for the World Cup.
I thought you were not allowed to eat at the board.
But you can only eat and have a drink, especially coffee or tea.
Away from the board, but he looks
away from the board.
What is this?
But then if you were caught off guard, simply, so you have to come to the board and sit and think, and then.
Yeah.
So it's a very unusual situation for all of the players. We haven't played for 1 year and a half, and then this official event is finally organized, and the official rules have been modified slightly.
Yes.
Back to the ladies. We have this position now. They went for the line. We analyzed queen d6. CD6.
No, it's his time, so I guess he can eat. Actually, that is not the case.
That's not the case.
It's simply it's somebody saying it's his time. I guess he can eat. And as you say, there are those regulations. And to be quite honest, although I've done this in the past, it is rather annoying when people eat at the board. Having a drink is one thing, but eating. In fact, I once played Magnus Carlsen when he was very young, and he practically brought his dinner to the board, and he had all of these Tupperware things, and in which he was opening and then yogurt here and something
But
here.
we were talking about the nutrition yesterday.
But he brought every. I mean, he was young at the time, so he munched, and at some moment he opened it up, and like all the food went, just everywhere. So. Obviously, you don't see that now, and you haven't seen that for many, many years from Magnus Carlsen. But I think people had a quiet word with him that maybe this was not on.
I know, we've been playing for years for Monaco team, and I have this. Well, the team is absolutely incredible, but I have Pia Kramling, who is playing with me for so many years, and she's such an elegant, gentle human being. So she takes care of me all the time. So she every time she brings a banana for me, nuts, and all these things. So I want those to be together with me. You need those. So, but such a fighter on the board, you don't want to play Pia.
Yeah.
So Bishop d5 was played, and I think that Anna has a very important advantage here, because
I think
maybe we should not take and try and find something here.
I think she's in big trouble, actually, Goryachkina.
Actually, Anna Muzichuk played for our team as well. Alexandra Goryachkina will play for this team this year, and Alexandra Muzichuk, Alexandra Kostyanyuk too. So
people are talking about Magnus eating during online tournaments. I think eating during online tournaments should be absolutely okay, because you're not disturbing someone in the physical proximity. So it's different if you're, when the people are playing these games, I don't know.
Especially those are very long tournaments. We talked about this yesterday. You have to also to maintain your sugar level, so it has to be stable. It's very important not to forget about this. A lot of blunders are being made, like last time, like on this 6th hour, let's say. Now it's after the time control. So these are very important elements to take into account. So, we have a few moves here. I don't know why Alexandra went for b5.
I've no idea why she went for b5. Maybe because it was possible. I don't think that improves her position, to be honest. Just my opinion.
Well, maybe she didn't like this maneuver after a6
I
and
guess
knight b4, knight b6.
That's my only explanation for that, but it removes some of the flexibility from her position. I don't think it was necessary at all. So the position has not fundamentally changed. We've seen some moves which we've more or less discussed such ideas already. I think black is doing fine, but
on the other hand, can I double my rooks here right now? Okay, let's say we'll make some moves, just a pass, it doesn't matter, because so to play this and bishop b4.
And I'll tell you
will
how
have to double here. And here.
I'll tell you how you should do that, Almira. I think you must play bishop d3 first.
Yes, to avoid
and be ready to take that knight. And that also poses a little question to black. How should you recapture? Not completely clear.
Yes, because I don't know for the moment.
Which way you should recapture. And then white could play king d3, start maneuvering the knight round, and so on. My whole point is that by playing a6, you provide an additional target. It's well defended. Nothing is going to happen in the short term.
Okay, let's say I will play rook a7 here, rook a2. rook a8, and rook a1. So for the moment, you cannot put any more pressure on this pawn, and even after bishop b4, I will always take with my king. So maybe this doesn't work, simply.
Sorry, bishop f4, how are you doing this?
No, sorry, okay, I have to make a move first.
Okay, something to make knights 98, 90, it doesn't...
No, but I can start with bishop f6.
No, you're very annoying, Mira. You've thwarted my plan. Be kind to me. Play some bad moves. You've thwarted my plan. No, yeah, because I wanted bishop takes b5, of course.
I know.
You
but then you don't
sport.
have this idea.
Yeah.
So I wanted to show you the idea. Okay, let's say I will make a pass, then bishop b4. Let's make another. Something. I can still bring this knight here.
You're just.
No, you can. Well, it's the.
Although g4 would start to be difficult.
Well, maybe I shouldn't start with h5. I still feel that there are a lot of defensive resources.
There are.
So maybe.
I don't think this is
nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
Alexandra Kostyanyuk is on your screen right now. What's the time factor? 39 minutes for Alexandra. And
do we have anything dramatic anywhere?
Yes.
Well, I mean, these positions are interesting in their own subtle strategic way. H5, is this a sort of...
This is dramatic.
It's a French move.
They went for our line. That's we have this...
We're always very happy when they play our moves. Even when they're bad, we're happy. Oh, God. Oh, that was a withering look I just received. Oh, gosh.
I dare you, Nigel Short. Prove me wrong here.
H3. There you are.
But I don't feel this is a bad move. I have to create some practical chances. So H3, maybe H4. No, bishop H2.
No. Go on second. 1 second. Go back.
Maybe
go
I
back.
shouldn't rush.
Go back. Go back. One move. Just go back one move. Bishop D2.
H3 was played. It's not our
Bishop
analysis.
D2.
Okay.
Bishop D2.
Okay.
Then where you go?
You mean,
then where
H3
you go?
weakness.
Then where you go, punk?
Okay, I think we're starting to lose Nigel Short here, and with huge threats, 93. So let's see. Somehow I feel that I was playing with black here.
Okay.
So H3, bishop D2. Maybe I should simply go bishop.
Rook D1.
D1, yes, and then.
And then.
What was your point?
My point was to play bishop A5. Oh, you can go B4. What a blow.
You wanted to okay, I understand.
Oh, no. Let's continue. Let's continue.
So B4.
I'll take it. Bishop takes.
Bishop takes.
Oh, I could take with the pawn, but because I'll take with the bishop.
So this.
Take.
This.
Take.
This.
Take
on G3.
Take. Queen. Go on. Take exchange queens.
Exchange queens. Okay.
Yes. Exchange queens, and then rook takes.
Rook takes C4, and okay, this.
And then it's time to start singing the Marseillaise. After this, at least black is on top there.
Okay, then H3, bishop D2, rook D1, bishop A5.
All right.
What you want is to control this square. So, and this pawn is under attack. But I will be able to take on D6, Nigel, I think.
Yeah, you probably will, but you've got to do something, I mean, this... At least I've made you think, haven't I?
You did. I also had this, but doesn't mean anything. unfortunately. Maybe king h2? Oh, but then I can take on e4.
But of course,
and
that
bishop
was,
d6 is losing.
Yeah.
Because now the king is on h2.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, there are a few tricks in this position right now.
Etienne is just doesn't look super happy with this position.
I wanted to know if we have some moves somewhere else. Should we go somewhere else?
Yeah, we could do. We're coming up to our...
Yes, let's have a look at this one. b4, rook g1, and knight f8 was played.
So the point is he wants to be just in time with knight h7. Is this going to? Is this really going to work?
So now that the rook went from
Yeah.
e1, this pawn is
Yeah. So now g5.
We should try.
Let's try.
Let's launch.
No,
the
you
assault.
take. Okay, so you take. You have to take this. Knight takes g. Do we have?
Wait. Yes.
Yeah. So we take with the knight, and then you go knight takes e5. That's the only defensive resource, I think.
Knight e5, but then now that we've opened this, and this is opened
we
as
are
well.
teeing up.
But if I will open this diagonal, it will be also very dangerous. So
I mean, rook a to e1 is not.
No. Wait, but why can't we take this f4 and knight g4?
You can. And it's probably very dangerous.
So, I mean, what are you doing here? Knight g4, you're taking, I'll take with the pawn.
Queen h4 check.
Oh.
You see, chess is all about cheap tricks. It's all tactics, tic-tacs.
Okay, let me start with a bishop move.
You played a very, very principled... You made a decision there with this and knight g4, and it was almost crushing, but it wasn't. That's the thing that we just have to calculate in all positions, and that's the nature of chess. It's very rare that you get those positions where you don't have to calculate anything at all.
Can I start with bishop f3?
You can start with many, many things.
I don't know, knight h7.
You can start with rook e1. I don't know whether that helps. Bishop f3 is maybe more incisive.
Wait.
And now queen g2 is a big threat.
Yeah.
That's your idea.
That's why I wanted to play knight h7 and bring my queen to f8.
But queen g2 now.
Queen g2, queen f8.
And then knight g4.
And knight g4.
Is it going to be enough?
Then maybe I can take.
You can take.
And then I can play f5, as crazy as it seems.
You can also play knight g5, perhaps.
Maybe here it's not so obvious, because I will still put my knight here.
The attack continues. The attack definitely goes on.
So knight f8 was played, and Sergei Karyakin is still thinking. Nigel, this is our first break. Let's have a quick look.
Yeah, let's have a look at a very, very quick tour.
At all of the games.
Okay, so Anna Muzychuk, we think, is firmly on top.
Well, she went actually for rook c8, as we suggested, because and then f4 was played. So maybe knight c4 here, and to opt for this one.
It's another matter, but White is going to take pawns, and we're not saying Muzichuk is winning. We're saying White is firmly on top. So this game, not a huge amount happening. It's a bit turgid, I would suggest.
But on the other hand, she went for a very principled decision. Bishop g5. You want to take. Let's say, and to open this file and to have. Okay, and look at this. It's at the end game. It could be.
I like that. Now you've got me excited now with a king coming up the board.
So, of course, black shouldn't take there. But then, Alexandra is facing a very important strategical decision. So, will she play f6, bishop f8, or will she simply allow white to take here? In this game, Magnus Carlsen played b3. Because Etienne went for rook h7, actually, king h7, sorry, not h4, bishop f2, and then knight c6. He went back, and b3. So how do equal? How do we evaluate this one? We still have some threats. Knight e5.
Yeah.
Rook f8, and then the game continues.
So how did he do it exactly?
He went king h7 first, bishop f2, you have to go back, and b3.
Yeah.
Should we start with rook f8, maybe? And then knight e5 with some...
I don't know. I feel that Magnus is doing okay.
So this is the position on the board right now in this game.
It's not a dead draw, but it's not. I mean, if you had this position with black, you probably wouldn't be celebrating that much. There are two results only in this position, and it's a win for white, or more likely a draw, I would suggest.
But with the long-term pressure on white's behalf, and
he has to keep at least one pair of rooks on the board, otherwise it's absolutely dead.
And not much have changed.
And not much has changed with Duda's game. I still somehow like white. Maybe I'm mistaken to think so, but is this a weakness in Vidit's game? I wonder. I mean, look, he may well draw this game. I'm just wondering, in general, whether his tendency to analyze his openings very, very deeply, and he's tremendous at it. I've seen it in some lines where he goes so deep into his analysis, and you can become a little bit dependent upon this, and then you suddenly end up in an end game like this, which I don't think is that pleasant. Maybe a draw is the most likely result, but look at the plans. I think knight f3, knight f4, and then knight d5. I understand that it's his move. He's moved his knight back from e4. So from f4, you exert pressure on the g6 pawn, but you also get in knight d5.
Yeah, that's actually what I wanted to say when I put this, is that after black's move h5, with all this, you can no longer push g5. That's why I wanted to put it back so you can show. So after knight h3, knight f4, you will have to deal with this pawn, and will not be so.
Nigel, as vice president, don't you have the obligation to intervene when you see players like Tabatabai breaking the rules? No, we have arbiters for that, chief arbiters. So that's what they're there for. So they are in control of the situation, and they make their judgments on these matters.
Yes, I wouldn't consider this situation as breaking the rules. You always have to be able to evaluate each situation as unique.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Be critical about it.
Very, very quick look, and then we're off for our break. Did we do everything? Not yet.
Yes, we did.
We did everything. So, brilliant. Mm-hmm. And that is the moment we will get our refreshment. We'll take a break and then come back and we'll go all the way through to the time control.
Yes, we will enchant you.
Of course.
Enchant you.
Uh-huh.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome back as we rejoin the play in the run-up to the time control. So we've had some developments, but maybe not that much.
Yeah,
is that right,
games
Almiro?
are quite slow today.
Yes. It often is like that during the middle game phase. Of course, we have this flurry of moves in the opening, and then, of course, when people are in time pressure or time trouble even, we get more moves again. Talking about flurries of moves, maybe we can look a little bit at that Vidit position.
Yes. We just wanted
to remind people
of the pairings.
Yes, of the pairings and the results. So Magnus Carlsen is on top against Etienne Bacrot. Sam Shankland is on top against Sergei Karyakin. We will come on to that soon because this game is about to explode.
Maybe let's get to this game immediately.
Yeah, we can come on to it in a minute. As I mentioned with Vidit, maybe we can just go there, and I don't want to make a major point
here.
But this is the position. We don't have our analysis board up yet. And here we're seeing the white knight maneuvering round, coming into b4, maybe to a6. A strange choice by Vidit, who... it's one of those things, I think it's maybe a weakness of his, that, these players who are very dependent upon their brilliant opening analysis, sometimes they make a little bit of a misjudgment. And I think this was a misjudgment, or maybe this was also very clever psychology or opening preparation by Jan-Christoph Duda, to go into this, a forcing line, an endgame where, the moment I saw it, and I made my comment, I just felt white is better. And remember, the first game was a draw. And when I look at this endgame, people may say that, potentially black could win this game. I don't really believe it. I think this is a game of two results. And two results only. It's either a win for white or it's going to be a draw. And that's not really what you want to do. And he sort of played into that more or less immediately. That's my comment. He's thinking now, I suspect he's not completely happy with this position. But we'll see whether Vidit can save this. He's a very, very resourceful player, and there's plenty of fight. But I can see some real practical problems. Just incidentally, when I make these comments, I'm trying to judge positions objectively. I have absolutely no interest one way or another whether this player wins, that player wins. I mean, only from a sporting perspective. So this is not anti-Indian, it's not anything else. It's just me giving my opinion for what that is worth as your commentator. Now perhaps we can
yes.
You were about to say
I just
something.
wanted to make a small comment. If you remember yesterday, we were going through their games. I would not exactly call Jan-Krzysztof Duda Vidit's nemesis, but Vidit never won in classical chess against Duda. So this is one. It's a very important element, especially when you prepare against those opponents. So you feel some pressure.
Yes. And this threat to play knight b4, knight takes a6. I mean, very often you can win with a single pawn there. You know, if you get to take that and get your rook behind the a pawn, it probably isn't going to matter whether black has another 5 pawns. You know, I mean, I'm giving some variation, like, let us say, king h6, let us suppose.
Oh, but Nigel, I think that he's really trying to evaluate c5 here, because he needs to stop. But this weakens the
and
the
knight
square
f4,
d5.
knight f4
so let's
starts
say c5.
to become very, very...
Knight f4 and maybe rook f8 and rook f6, but then you have to be careful with knight h5. So let's say rook f8.
Sorry, knight e6 check.
Here, yes. No, I mean, not. I need to protect. Maybe I should bring the rook b4. That's what can I start with rook f8 here?
Sorry, it's gone.
g5.
Yeah, it went g5. Well, he's trying to push, and now the question is, does knight b4, is it going to win just straight off? Check. I'll put my king in the corner.
Here? Maybe
g4? Maybe g4? I don't know. Or do you want to take?
I wanted to take, and then
okay,
if you will
so
take
knight,
here,
I'll
I
take.
still have this.
Yes.
Okay, so
And
that's...
so there I have rook takes g5 check. And knight takes c7, knight takes c7, rook takes g5 check.
And,
so
knight b5, okay.
So it's serious problems. But let's move on. It's a technical position. We will see plenty more in this game. Let's go to the exploding Kayakin-Shankland game, because a lot of things have happened
so
here.
after knight f8, Sergei decided to take on b4, which I understand this decision because you want to fortify your center and then to launch the attack. So he took on b4, played d4, knight a5. Maybe he's too slow, so what he wants, knight c4 or a3, I don't know.
A knight c4 or something. It's a question of how do you play. This starts to break through. I was told, I don't know whether this is correct, because I was talking to a fellow appeals committee member, Jeroen van den Berg. He was saying that the engines were giving this position, maybe not this position, but some Sergei's game.
Here?
Somewhere, I don't know exactly where. He said in general they were saying better for black, but they normally say better for black in the King's Indian. The thing is, when you deliver checkmate, it doesn't matter whether the guy's got an overwhelming superiority on the queen side.
But that's really, I find this astonishing, because it seems that white has a very straightforward attack. So let's have a look. Bishop g5. Okay, he went for b3. Bishop e7. Well, you would have to play f6 at some point, I have the feeling, because otherwise you will get mated. So... and bishop b1, so he wants also to bring his bishop here.
Yeah, and that's very good.
Yes.
And with queen h6 sometimes, once this is coming over. So,
well, this knight is still protecting everything, so let's have a look.
So do we have more moves?
No, bishop f1 is the last move, and as you can see...
What's he going to do, a3 or something? I'm just wondering
I believe you need to make some move.
What's he going to do?
To protect your king first, because...
It looked like he was about to play a3. I just don't know what you're going to do against queen h6.
Yes, a3, yes. Of course you cannot take because you have this b2.
And even then you could do it. I was actually thinking to play rook takes a3 and then just ignore it, But
Maybe
Queen
if we start with Queen H6 and then
now what?
something
Now
like,
what do you do? Now what do you do? You can't play F6. Yeah.
But that's why I had this feeling that you have to start.
He's done it.
He went for A3?
Yeah. So what's the defense?
Why can't you start with F5 first or F6 first?
I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know. Queen H6 looks... Isn't Queen H6 good here? Just crushing or something?
Wait, I will have the moves on the board first.
Yeah, looks
A3,
crushing to me.
Let's try Queen H6. And with the bishop coming to B3.
And there's another possibility, by the way. Is this possible? Here, can we, instead of this...
Instead of Queen H6?
Yeah, can we play Rook takes G7 check?
But
takes, Knight G4.
Okay, so this is what you want.
Queen
H6. We'll have to go somewhere and then Knight H6. No, I mean,
so you can't, if you go to, now, no, not here. I want bishop D3.
D3 first, yes. Yeah, this is...
I mean, it just looks like mate everywhere.
So A3, Rook G7.
Rook G7,
King G7.
takes. Here. I'm threatening Queen check and Knight F6 check. So what are you have almost no options here. So King Knight H7, Queen check.
Okay, maybe, but I have absolutely no moves here.
That's mate. That's going to be.
I'm just showing this on the board because there are. So maybe Rook G7 wins on the spot. Let's calculate it once again. Knight G4. So we don't have this check like in the previous variations. So what are we missing? F5 is met by E takes F6.
No, this is.
So
maybe something insane like that. Can you do that? F5.
Yes.
Yeah.
Here?
Okay. Yeah.
Because you have this.
Yeah. Maybe this is his idea. So takes.
Okay. Let's try.
Queen takes. Knight takes. Can you do A takes B?
But they have queen intermediate.
Yeah,
queen
you have an intermediate move.
And then you will take on C2.
Hang on a second. Okay. King F7 and then probably H6 or something.
Sorry, wait. I have to get rid of those.
He's gone Rook G7 check. I think that's crushing. Yeah, I think there was a problem actually with Queen H6 that Knight G6 was the defense, but Rook takes G7, which he's just played.
Let me show this first. Here, Knight G6.
Yeah. So somebody's pointed that out. Thank you.
Okay.
But Rook G7 looks like a devastating attack. This is our game of the day. Whatever the result, I don't think
you have no defense here after Knight G4. So let's wait. And Sergei is waiting for his opponent.
Yes.
I think some knew what is coming.
You mean he's left the building?
No,
never to return
he
after
had
this.
Look, on his way when he was playing A3.
Yeah.
That's.
But it's one of those things, you start putting enough pieces in the direction, and then the combinations, they require some thought, but you have to get your pieces in the right place first. You know, your rook on the, King H1, Rook G1 looks slow, but the moment you've opened up that autobahn, you are steaming into the position.
And very often you are playing without this rook or your sacrificer. I can take it off the board like this.
Yeah. He's come back.
Doesn't really matter. Yes. Let's see. You have the chief arbiter on your screen, Laurent Freyd.
Yeah.
So
From which country would that be, Almira?
he's French.
He's French?
So what French songs do you know, Nigel?
I don't know any French songs. I don't know.
No? Even Edith Piaf?
Well,
No?
non, rien de rien.
Non, je ne regrette rien.
Well, I think Sam will be regretting A3 in this position. So he had to do something else. I don't know. It's a difficult position. If we go back
Yes,
a
let's
minute,
have it.
I mean, maybe F5 or something. I don't know. But looks, yeah, F5 probably. But it still looks
So I
dangerous.
told you that this was called for. This
Yeah.
was probably the last
Yeah.
moment where
Yeah.
you need to take.
Yeah,
And then you
Yeah.
you don't have knight g4
you
because
don't.
this knight.
You
okay,
don't. So
let's see.
this is something here.
Knight.
I mean, you can even play c takes b3 and rook takes a6. I mean,
C takes b3. I might have something like
yeah, it
Yes.
doesn't matter.
I still have this.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Yes, yes, so
Queen g5. I think I just play c takes b3. And yeah, that's going to be good. Difficult to believe a 2700 player missed rook takes g7? No. You're under pressure. It's very, very difficult defending. Just understand this little principle. When you're attacking, you need one variation only that works, that works for you. When you're defending, you have to accurately calculate all the possibilities that may wipe you out. Your task is that much greater. Whereas when you're attacking, you need to calculate one variation precisely where you smash through. So just it's much easier.
Nigel, wanted to have a look at this game because, you know, we have the semifinals in the women's event, and this game went definitely wrong, I feel, for Alexandra Goryachkina after knight d3, bishop b7, rook c3. Bishop d2 first. It's very interesting because she doesn't want to keep the rook on the third file, probably.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe
yes.
to no, it's a
And then
tactic.
bishop
No,
e3.
so it's a
It was a
tactic.
tactical move,
But
yes.
because she wanted bishop e3, but then takes knight c5, and the e pawn drops. So I think that's
yes. So she wanted to chase the rook from the third rank, and then only then she played bishop e3, bishop takes, and rook b8 here. Bishop d5? Oh, no, bishop c6 was played.
Yeah.
Okay.
And indeed, the players don't have pocket computers. Igor's Rouses is not participating in this event. So the players have to think for themselves.
So bishop c6. But then knight b4, you simply want to play rook c1? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Let's say which rook? Maybe
Okay,
to keep,
so
maybe
maybe-
to, no, but to be, just to keep this
Yeah,
one.
okay.
No?
Okay.
If this, maybe this is
No,
unpleasant.
rook d1,
rook d1 simply,
is
yes.
also unpleasant. I mean, it's still very, very unpleasant anyway.
So rook fc1. What can we find here? Rook e2. Mm-hmm. And
The rook e2 might be met by b6.
And bishop b5. Okay.
Yes. Bishop b5. Showing my tactical skills.
Your fine tactical skills. So b6, knight b4.
Okay.
And
people have
c1.
asked, why did Sam go into this variation if black has to be on his toes all the time? It's very, very... that's by pawn. It's very, very easy to be critical after the game. You know, I don't know exactly what Sam Shankland knows about the King's Indian attack and his understanding of what his intention was.
But I think that it was an opening surprise, because I cannot recall Sergei going for the King's Indian. Normally he chooses all
highly theoretical lines.
Yes, in French. So that could be an explanation.
Yeah, I think that's right. That this is some astute psychology, and Sergei, he is, to be quite honest, he is a little bit predictable at times. He has his own systems worked out well. And you simply add that extra dimension when you are a bit unpredictable. As you see in this particular game, he didn't require a major opening novelty. It's not necessary. In fact, it's so difficult these days with engines to prepare crushing opening novelties. Just something a little bit unexpected. Get the guy into less familiar territory and see how he responds under pressure. So, Karyakin as they say in football, the boy done good.
Nigel, now I know who you are. How will I call you? You're just such a hooligan.
Yeah.
So, I wanted to understand this position. I think that we decided that knight b4 is maybe a little bit too hasty. Then I allow you to activate my rooks, but what to do here?
Yeah, because rook d1 and rook takes d6 is...
rook d1 is also a threat. Okay.
Yes.
But then I can protect my knight by rook c3.
It's not going to last. It isn't going to... I mean, this
you
is...
You mean rook d2? Okay, no. Then maybe I have a point here, because if I manage to maintain this grip, so maybe I can play knight b4, attack your pawn. Maybe I have like king f8 here. And if you attack me, I will... Let's see.
I think
here.
king f8 is a very reasonable move.
And then rook d1, I wanted to play rook
c3. Yeah.
And, well, maintain, I don't know if I can call this a grip for some moves. And now this is a threat, maybe, because...
I don't think it's a threat, no? But maybe it's...
okay, after king e7.
Okay, so I can play king f1, king e7, king e2. So she's done it.
She went for king f8.
Yeah. But I like that. You see, knight b4, rook c1. And this is just such a nasty endgame. And it's a protected pass. It's an extra protected pass pawns. People don't respect them enough these days, protected pass pawns.
Okay, let's get back to Magnus Carlsen and Etienne Bacrot, and we will cover the other game in a moment, because this one is of crucial importance. Magnus Carlsen won yesterday with black, and he simply needs a draw to advance to the semifinals. He has only 11 minutes left. Nigel in this position. Of course, it's
Are
only
we
the move
sure
31.
on the because I know that these things are sometimes.
Okay, that's what I have now on my
yeah,
screen.
maybe we can have a close up of the clock on this game with Magnus Carlsen, because sometimes these things are not completely accurate.
Magnus played h4 here. That was his last move. So let's have a look. Yes, 11 minutes left, Nigel. And
Okay.
a lot of time for a 10 back row, but he needs to find something. Could say in shogi, you know, that's you can parachute pieces. So what you desperately need here is
parachuting.
to parachute one knight.
So my question is, what's wrong with rook e4 or something? Is that
We need
just
But then I can simply take on d6.
yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, okay,
That's
and
simple?
then knight f5. And perhaps you can just ignore all that, play bishop b8, just.
Do you think here, like, your bishop might be better? You should. If I simply go for this, this is not something I want to get.
Yeah.
Okay, no.
It's potentially annoying. I mean, queen f3 or something. It's probably a draw anyway. I feel that Magnus is not really under serious pressure. It's perhaps not an ideal game. He might feel he's played it somewhat flaccidly, but he's doing well enough, I think.
I think that he has to go for this variation, no? Just to take on e4. Take. Queen takes. I was also thinking about activating the queen here.
Oh, well, Miro.
And then take. Maybe this is safe.
Almirar. Mate in 2 threatened.
So maybe you have to exchange the queens here.
Queen f5.
Queen
f5.
Protected here. Okay, that's not the end of the story. I'll go here. I want to play 97.
I think it's probably.
I could take here, but okay, I want
think
to mate you.
my feeling is it's more or less in balance. Let's move on to something else. So, not that we're uninterested in the world champion. We're always interested in the world champion. It's just I think there are more, let's say, dynamic games going on at the moment.
Okay, let's get back to the latest event because
because this is interesting. And Alexandra Kostyniuk has done very, very well indeed. It looks like she has completely outplayed her opponent. But is it going to be enough to break through?
Okay, let's see. She played f6 and e5.
Yes.
Exactly at the moment where we left the game. And it was a very interesting plan. So a very active one. So knight f5 was played, king. So she put a lot of pressure. Yes,
yeah, there's a lot of pressure.
King b7.
So the king comes to protect the pawn and release the rook.
Knight b3 and bishop c7.
Tell me.
Well, I blundered, of course, because I wanted to take an f4. But maybe this works, but it was then I'm simply
D4
like
check.
D4 check. Yes, I'm blundering everything. Yes, D4 check. Yes, no, I want to. You cannot take.
So this is a bit sneaky. She's played f4.
F4 then. Oh, it's okay with the same idea, but then okay, I can simply close this.
No. Well, I'm looking at. Oh, that may be a good move, in fact. Okay, if e4 is played, it's draw agreed, and we'll stop looking at this game.
You want to try this one?
Yeah.
Maybe simple bishop d2.
Well, how is bishop takes f4, by the way, just out of curiosity?
Okay.
Yeah. Takes, pawn takes, and then rook e8.
Maybe rook e8, yes. Maybe this one.
Maybe the other one.
Because then you need to play rook g8. Probably.
Yes.
Okay. To fight for both files.
Oh, black is better.
Now, how do you protect your pawns here? Maybe f4. Let's check the line with bishop d2.
Oh, that's we got a result.
Yes, we have a result. Let's.
I suspect.
Mate on the board.
Oh, mate on the board. Let's have a look at that. That was dynamic.
So rook g7.
Okay, let's see.
Knight g4, f5.
Okay.
The only move, of course.
Yeah, takes.
Here,
right.
Yes, that's what we analyzed.
Yeah, that's what we were looking at. H6, which was what we expected. Knight g6 or something, yeah? And what did he do then?
Knight h4.
Oh, so... Right, okay, so this is a sort of matey thing. And then he queens, and then it's mate. That's nice. And again, I thoroughly approve of Sam Shankland playing on until mate here, because those positions when you are, 2 moves from mate and you resign, I think I always feel it's like a spoil sport. On the other hand, with those people who play on and in a totally lost position and it takes another 30 moves, that I think is, I'm not talking about lost positions, I'm talking about totally lost positions. That is bad etiquette. But maybe there is a little shift in people's mentality these days. We're seeing more checkmates. And I think that is good. I mean, we've had chess where we haven't seen the ball going in the back of the net. When you're watching football, when the guy is just about to score, you don't sort of stop it at that moment. Okay. It should go in the back of the net. So that's a very, very nice attacking game by Sergei Karyakin, who showed tremendous resilience and subtle psychology as well in that game. And not to forget accurate calculation when it came to playing the crushing blow, crushing combination.
Nigel, I was thinking that when you were talking about mates on the board, that I also think that players and professional chess players also realize that this element of entertainment has
I think people have done that. I've been mated several times in my life, and people are so. They've at one time it was like unusual. And people thought, well, it's the most disgraceful thing imaginable to be checkmated. Well, if if you're so close to the main, why not show the spectators? Bent Larsen always, I mean, his view was that you should basically play on until every man and woman in the room understands what the result is. And when you look at that, you understand what the result is, because it's checkmate. If you would go back to, let's say, had we gone back to this position and you go knight h4 and the guy resigns, why? You show that to, and we've got millions of players, hundreds of millions of players these days. I see that there are so many people taking up chess, and if they would see this and the guy resigns here, it's beyond many people to understand why they resign. What's going on? Isn't he taking this? What's wrong? Is knight takes h4 a good move? They don't know. Show it until the end. So sporting from Sam Shankland, and I want to see more of that from players. When you're really in the final stages of the game. Why not?
Well, hopefully Sergei Karyakin will be able to join us in the studio and, explain some of the variations to us, and especially his opening choice.
Yes.
But let's get back to this game. They went for this variation.
Yes.
Vidit thought for a very long time. He played g5, then Jan Krzysztof thought for quite a while. He went for knight b4, and then, as we predicted, this variation happened. It took them half an hour, almost half an hour, for 3 moves.
All right.
Rook
takes
rook takes b2 was played. So knight a6.
Has that been played?
No,
it's not been
He's
played.
still thinking. That's what we were analyzing.
That's what we thought was good.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's still some chance there, but I don't think so. Yeah, it would be nice if Sergei could come in.
Okay, let's get back to the position on the board. Rook b2. Jan Krzysztof is thinking, and rook a1.
Yeah.
He wants to keep his pawn.
You know what I said previously, because I had this variation in mind. I said, if you've got the A pawn and he's got another 5 pawns, do you recall me saying that? And that was exactly the variation I had in mind. That, let's say, rook b3,
knight a6,
knight a6, rook takes c3, knight b4. How are you going to stop? Maybe
maybe you should start knight b8.
Knight b8, b4. And b3 and b2.
Because I wanted to not.
Yeah, well, you can, but you're never going to stop. Yeah, rook a8 and knight d5, and it's.
Yes, and knight d5.
And you're just dropping that.
I wanted to stop this maneuver, but you were absolutely right. So here you had, after knight b8, you had b4 and b2. So even here you have to be very precise. Rook a1 was played, and less than 9 minutes for a visit in this position. But
no, I don't see a defense at all. So can he create a threat? Can he create a threat with g4 or something? Can he do something there?
Let's check just one second.
No, this I don't think.
No, but here. You say 6. Okay, can we attack this?
Well, you can. A6 will win. Anything wins. Knight d5 will win as well. And a6.
And a7,
it's gone c5.
Nothing. Yes. Ask on c5 here. Okay.
He's trying to push his pawn.
So c5.
He's going to go
Knight
b4.
Mm-hmm.
Only chance.
And you wanted to push the pawns here, yes?
Okay, this is a good attempt. Or it's an attempt.
Are you playing
Yeah.
c4?
I'm not sure what I'm playing. I'm now thinking that this is
Or you simply
his best try.
You can simply take, probably.
Yes, of course. That's the idea.
Okay, you have b3 and rook a2.
So
did you have this in mind? I mean, after
B3,
let's say,
yeah.
let's
B3,
say knight c7,
yes,
b3, a6, and rook a2, rook
Yeah.
b1, and b2.
But I'm just wondering, can we?
But then, no, here I still have king g2.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not winning immediately, but
In fact, maybe you're not winning it. That's the,
so okay.
yeah. So this is a problem. That's a problem for white. Clever defense by FIDE. At least this is, I don't know whether objectively it's okay, but it's at least giving practical chances. How is knight takes c5?
Knight c5. What if I take?
Yeah, a6.
You push.
Takes a7. A8, as a8 equals queen.
You're mating me there, yes?
Looks like I'm going to mate you first. Check. Here, rook
Sorry.
a7. Check. Looks like mate somehow.
I wouldn't be so sure yet.
It looks like mate to
Yes,
me. It
let's
looks like,
say.
I don't know.
How?
It's that time of the day where I kind of struggle with these things. It feels like mate. It looks matey.
What would be the most precise check here? Oh, we have a lot of yes, okay. So knight c5 then.
No, it's knight takes b4 is
even better?
yeah, it's even better. Knight
okay.
b4 is
We had
yeah,
some
and then
help
a6.
from the
Yeah, but it's the
audiences.
same. It's the same thing actually, more or less. It's
And we
this
have
is-
a result actually.
Yeah,
Let's have a look. It seems that
just-
yes,
It's the same variation essentially.
Tan
Knight takes
Zhongyi
b4.
and Alexandra Kostyanyuk made a draw. Well, it seems that Sergei Karyakin, well, they have to play a tiebreak, so he will not come to our studio today.
Okay.
Maybe we can invite the ladies.
Yeah, always happy to have the ladies.
So let's ask if Alexandra Kostyanyuk can join
Yeah.
us.
So some. Okay. That's
Actually, what happened here after Alexandra went for e4 and king c2.
okay.
H8.
The moment you see e4, you know that that's just a draw. The position is so blocked, absolutely no chance whatsoever.
So that's exactly the variation we discussed, and it happened on the board. So rook c3, bishop d5, Anna played. King e7 and rook d2.
It looks like steady torture.
So knight b4,
King
king
f2.
f2 simply, yes. And then rook d1.
It will win slowly. She just needs to organize her pieces. People are saying And what's happened? Do we have a move in the FIDE game?
We don't.
No. I mean, people are saying Vidic should resign. He certainly shouldn't resign. That's a ridiculous comment. Some people are saying this in the chat. Because this is a practical game. Mm-hmm. And you see that it requires some energy from Duda here. He's an excellent calculator. And I'm sure he's considering knight b4. But it's not absolutely clear. It looks like mate. I haven't seen the mate. It's a long variation, but it looks like this. So what's happened to Magnus Carlsen,
actually,
by the way?
That's the position on the board, and I think that we miscalculated a line because here, after h4...
No, Almira, you can't possibly be right.
So h4, Etienne went for rook e4, you see, and then
97, that's it.
Yes,
so easy to miss it.
Yes, we missed it, yes.
Yeah, so easy to miss it because 97 is not there in the position. It's a typical sort of blunder, that. Oh, and right.
Then, well, so he was forced to sacrifice the exchange, rook e7 and knight f5, rook e2.
Yeah, and clearly white is better. Have you ever made mistakes, Almira?
Well,
I made a mistake in 1978. It's on record. I made a mistake there, but in general, never otherwise.
I feel that that's everything I ever do. I was like, I'm improving. So
everything I do it for you. That's it.
Rook e2. The only thing that's changed, I believe, with years is that I allow myself I'm kinder to myself, so I allow myself to make mistakes. But otherwise, I always feel that I'm doing something wrong. So rook e2.
It's such a torture, isn't it? You know, when you're playing, and you sometimes, you go back to the hotel after the game, and you just want to slap yourself in the head, thinking, what did I do there? You played well for 3 hours, and then you messed it all up in a moment of sloppiness, and then
the most difficult thing to deal with when you're a chess player, because the specifics of our sport is that we have to play on the next day.
Mm-hmm.
Compared to everything else, you
and this is something which is quite important, and maybe not everybody realizes this, because most people who play, amateur players and even professionals, most events are open tournaments. We have some round robin tournaments and things like that. So you play an open tournament, and let's say you play an open tournament, you play a bad game, you lose, and then you go down and you're playing some weaker player, and maybe you play another bad game and you lose again, and then you go down and you get somebody who's having as torrid a time as you are in the event. The problem in matches, and these are very, very short matches, but they are nevertheless matches, that if you mess up against someone, you see their ugly visage the next day. You're basically thinking, why are you here, you cruel person, being there. You can't escape from your errors of the previous day, and it's very, very important to try and put that aside. What has gone has gone. You can't alter the past. You can only do well in the present
Nigel,
and hope for a glorious future.
I'm so sorry, because I was thinking that we don't have the moves on the board. I have to check if we have more moves. No, because no, but Etienne is not on the board. And Rookie 2 was plus, so I think we...
no, he's coming back now. You see him running back.
But there are more moves. I don't know. I will try to upload the PGN, because let's have a look. Let's have a closer look at the board. I think that yes, our board is completely frozen for the moment. So, Nigel, you see,
Rookie 1.
No, but what was
94 and Rookie 1.
Okay, now yes, we got.
Okay, let's come.
Five minutes for Magnus, and well, a few moves till the time control still.
All right.
What? That's the variation on the board. What? That's the position which we analyzed. It's on the board right now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why not?
No, because like I thought that I've made a mistake.
No.
So.
Well, it's forced. It's completely forced.
So we went for C1 Queen. Yes. Rook A7. King F6.
I'll let them
in our variation we didn't have this. We had the pawn here, so they started with knight b4, and that's the difference. Yes.
Because knight b4 is completely forcing.
So here, okay. But here the king is less exposed still.
It's going to be mate somehow. Queen f8 or something. I don't know. It's going to be mate. Queen f8. Rook e7, I don't know.
Well,
it's got to be mate.
We don't have many moves here, so let's try this one. King e5.
And rook over, or rook a5, rook I don't know. I struggle here. It's a problem on open boards. This is why people are so bad at queen and pawn end games, because the board suddenly looks very large, you know, and the queens can go everywhere.
Okay, let's try this one first. Do you have any?
So king d4 or something.
Yes, but then queen f6. And
I don't know. Maybe you can avoid.
No, because if you're going here, because I'm going here.
Yeah, that's just mate somehow.
So, no, this
looks completely winning.
Okay, let's just enjoy it. Let's have a look at the board and.
Good.
The players should demonstrate.
Excellent. Let's focus on that.
That they've calculated. I think the queen is on the board right now, and rook a7 was played.
Yes. You see, he's not 100% sure, is he, Duda? I mean, he's not looking... He's still thinking. So the fact that we're struggling, we shouldn't worry too much. The thing is, there are so many options, you know. I mean, there are not that many options here. I mean, king h6 is obviously going to get mated, but, you know, you start looking at king f6 and so on. Do we check from this side? Do we check from the other side? Who knows?
Yes, he goes for king f6.
Yeah.
And
it's mate, somehow.
Well, if Duda wins this game, he is directly qualified
He's
for
directly-
the semifinals,
Yeah.
and like he's one round away from the candidates.
Mm-hmm. Queen F8. It's funny, people were giving variations there because obviously people who are just giving the top line of engine analysis, they were giving Queen C7 as the...
Queen C7?
Yeah, and
No.
so people sometimes they analyze with engines without the slightest understanding, because obviously no human being is ever going to play Queen C7 there, and if that is the move that delays mate by one move, it's completely irrelevant.
Should we go back to the ladies event?
Yeah, let's look at the ladies.
Because we actually stopped here. Only a few moves have been played, and or maybe I don't have. Oh no, now I have all the moves. So King E7, she brought that. Rook D2. Here we stopped. Yes, let's get the board. King F2, Rook C8. So, well, she still controls the C file. Maybe it's not so easy to convert here.
No, maybe not, because I noticed the rook has, maybe the pawn has advanced and then...
Okay, let's see. Rook B1. So she
Yes.
prepares B6 here, yes? Or
Yes.
Rook A3, B6, Rook A4, and B7, Rook B8 probably. yes.
And what? No?
I don't know. The one thing is that the knight could come to C5 as well.
I haven't understood this. What's she doing?
Yeah, Rook B8 was played.
What is she doing on there?
Pressure maybe. Then she didn't see a clear way to break through.
Yeah, but this
For example,
is...
if I was keeping my rooks on the C file.
There are some people who are not very good in those positions where they don't have a direct plan. Did you... And, you know, they feel compelled to go for something forcing, even when it's not very good. And it's important to play these fuzzy positions well.
Well, here
Did
we
you know
co-
this concept of
Here we
fuzzy?
come once again. This guru Nigel short.
Knight takes d5 is possible.
Oh yes, knight takes d5, rook a4.
It's even recommended, I
knight
think.
c3.
Mon Dieu!
Is this a blunder? Like after rook d4? Okay, maybe knight d5 I will still take.
Yeah,
But
and
then-
rook takes e...
Yes, rook takes
No,
c4.
not
Ah,
e...
no.
I need to be more
Yes.
more careful.
Well, I can...
But you can... Well, not so easy.
And I think that we have a result. Let's... I don't know, I think... Yeah, something happened.
Looks like Magnus won.
won, yes, here.
It's very, very difficult, black against the world champion.
Well, congratulations to
Yeah,
Magnus Carlsen.
yeah, indeed.
It's a very confident win, 2-0.
Yes.
So he advances to the semifinals.
Oui. D'accord.
D'accord. And that's one tournament he never won, Nigel.
Yes.
So that's a real challenge. He wants to add the World Cup trophy on the shelf.
And why not? And some nice prize money as well.
Yes, you have all this information on the, how do you call this, on the running line on the screen? So
Yeah.
the results, the prize fund, and the standings, of course.
Yes.
So let's get back to the game that we analyzed. This one. Rook d4, and it seems that Alexander Gorechkin is still thinking. So knight d5. What did we analyze? Rook d5.
Yes.
Could it be a subtle threat?
No, I'm just wondering about rook
Threat,
b4 is whether that's possible.
Rook b4 here.
Yeah. Takes, rook b5, king d7. Rook takes b4. King
But why can't you do it there? Here.
Sorry?
Oh, 1 second, because we stopped at this line. So just a second. Why can't you go rook d7?
No. Not rook takes e4. How did you do that?
But why don't you want?
There.
Yes, that's what I wanted to ask. Why don't you go for this line then?
Oh, that was too difficult for me.
Yes, because this.
She's gone knight d5.
This
So
you can take, and this you can take.
yes, that doesn't work.
Knight d5. And this doesn't work either, because I have to protect the
there
rook.
you're just worse. Well,
And
it's
I simply-
it's equal. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
A4, and you will trade
Yeah, I
this
mean-
bounce. Yes. So.
So I think there was a little look of
Glance, yes.
of disgust.
Yes, I know this look, and
Yeah.
Anna realized that she misplayed this
Yeah.
position. So rook d5 was played, and tough defense from Alexander Gorechkin.
She's a tough cookie. That much is certainly true.
Should we stay focused on this game? We still have a few moves.
What happened
so the time
to
control-
Fedoseev, by the way?
They're still playing. It was this open.
Oh, right,
this
okay.
game
Yeah,
for
I've
a
completely
while.
forgotten what their position was. It's going to be a draw. It's a lot of moves and not... Well, potentially. I mean, white is still better, but it's going to be a draw.
To be careful a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit careful. Yes, indeed.
We did everything right.
Yeah?
That's the position on the board, and okay. Did we try king
He's going to win.
d5 here?
Is he just going to win his queen? Is that what or is it mate? It looks matey.
Well, we tried king d4. Yes, there were a lot of checks there.
Yeah,
Queen f6, something.
queen f5 check or something. Yeah.
Now queen f5. Yes.
Or queen f3.
Yes,
I don't know.
I don't know which one to choose.
Queen
Maybe
f3.
queen f3 is
Yeah.
the most precise one. Where do you go from here? Because like this, you have this, and you will eventually lose the rook.
Yeah, king f d4 there. It might be. That might be the best somehow, losing slowly. I don't know.
So how does
Some.
What is he thinking about? King d4 or king c4? King d4.
It's going to lose a queen, I think, at the least. But maybe it's only a queen.
So that's the position on the board.
Let them suffer. Well, let's get the engine on this. Do we have an engine somewhere, Almira? Do we? We need some help because we're just. We are just patsers.
Let me check.
These guys are still thinking, so it's obviously not utterly trivial. We're not missing mate in 2.
What? Okay, now I have something like king d5 here. But both moves
It's
are possible.
basically this.
King d5, queen f3.
Yes, that's what we said.
King c5 is rook c7. We've said so
Yeah,
much.
king d4.
Yes, but that's what we...
Yeah, and then you've
handle.
got nothing better than to...
No, he actually, the engine says that you don't take.
Yes.
Well, that's what we...
You play queen f6.
Queen f6,
Yes.
and then...
then
and
it's
then you
ah,
take, and then you
okay, so
take,
then
yes,
it's
that's
over.
how you lose.
That's it.
That's how you lose
Yeah.
your rook. So
Yeah.
and okay.
Because if you could get to an end game with king and rook against queen, you'd certainly play it on. It's not that trivial. Winning, of course.
And then king d4, is this the same thing? Let's have a look. So can we reproduce it? It's like winning with the queen against rook. You have to know the patterns, like
Yes.
the mechanism.
Yes.
So here we analyzed king d5. So if king, but then maybe we can do the same.
Yes.
Then maybe I can. We're analyzing queen f6. So maybe we
Yes.
can do this.
Yes.
And where do you go?
I don't know.
If you go in the
King.
c file, I will go rook c7 once again.
And
And
then
king
king d-
d5, then I will give check.
Yeah, and if I go king d3, you do
where do I
what?
give check
king,
here?
King d3.
King d3 first. Let's
Yeah.
king d3.
Well, then you can just
How am I not mating you?
queen f5 check again. Queen takes g5
I
check.
can,
You
but
can do-
maybe queen d5.
is mating. Yeah, is
So
mating.
then I'm coming this way. Probably there are so many wheels.
Yeah, look, I mean, basically it's all winning.
Okay, let's concentrate on this game. But she managed to...
Botch it up completely.
No, I wanted to say for the moment to keep the b7 pawn.
Oh, right,
Yes, she
right.
played rook a5 and rook b5. But then I would simply go rook king c6, then king c7, if you check me. And threatening rook e7.
Well, Black can sometimes win these positions. I mean, it's not going to happen here, but sometimes you have to sense the momentum of a game, because there's the momentum. Well, the first part of the game, it was all in Anna Muzychuk's direction. And then after some moves, the last X number of moves, it's all been in Alexandra Goryachkina's direction. So when I saying that she could win this, I'm not being facetious. Objectively, she isn't better at all. But it often happens that a person who is disappointed at having botched up a really good position, they become unobjective. They start pushing when, in fact, they have no real chance. And you know, if you could imagine this position where, let's say, Black manages to annex the B pawn, and it could easily happen, by the way, probably not after that move.
No, then I can check and she goes
check.
back.
She's probably going to check it. But you can get those positions, you know.
The thing
But-
is, if you compare, for example, Anna Muzychuk to another great player, Valentina Gunina,
Yes.
who has
Gunina
this,
could lose
yes,
this position
she
because
has this tendency
she's the kamikaze pilot, isn't she?
of playing
Yeah.
always for a win.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what is her position, but Anna is more composed, I feel. So
Yeah,
she will-
definitely.
she will not
Yes.
over push here. She knows that it's
I don't think
the
so.
momentum
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
has gone. Yes, so she goes for rook c1.
if she's realistic enough, just well, she could play h4. That's one move.
Wait, so what is the position we have? We have this position, and now rook c1 and h4 here.
I'm saying that just to play h5 and rook g1. That's, you know,
Maybe
you
I
could,
can
could,
go
could
rook e7.
you could h5 and she's done it.
What move is this? They still haven't reached the time control. It's move 37. We are noting the results. Or
Yeah.
so h4.
Well, no rest for the wicked. We're back in the office tomorrow, Almira.
Actually, I was
What sins have you committed in your life?
I was looking
I've certainly.
forward to
I'm
the
a
3
huge
days.
sinner. I'm a huge sinner. That much is clear.
What do you mean that I have to spend 1 month here with you?
You're sitting in the studio with me. That's purgatory. I think.
Yeah, purgatory. Another one we didn't mention from the Divine Comedy. You know, we had Inferno, we had the Paradise, and now we have the definition of purgatory.
1 month in the studio with me. Oh,
So, you said it. So you're not losing your objectivity after all.
no.
So h4. Okay, I tried rook e7, but
No.
that
With no object in mind.
But then, okay, I can even try g6 here and then rook e7 if you want to play h5.
No,
so
play
much.
h5. Phil.
Anyway, on g6?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I shouldn't.
She's done.
She goes
no,
for g6.
Go for h5.
Okay, h5 and maybe now rook e7 with the same idea. Maybe g6 stops f5 as well, so... Alexandra Grechkina has very... she plays endgames very well. So she has a very good endgame knowledge, and this will not escape her, of course.
Yep.
Rook b6.
And maybe we can get young Christoph Duda in the studio if he wins, you know.
Let me at least formulate. That's because I don't know how to do this. Just a second. I don't even know.
And let's see what's happening to... Did we get... Vidit... Ouch.
Yes, I'm trying to.
Yeah, there are a lot of flies in the studio.
I'm trying to find out if we can bring some attention to us and the players.
Okay, this is Duda's position. Looks pretty killing. He knows it's over. In fact, they both know it's over, but just looking for a miracle save. It's not coming.
That's why I believe in miracles. Now I understood this.
Yeah. Al miracle. I said it with a Vlastimil Hort accent.
Oh, miracle.
Oh, miracle. Is Al miracle, is that an Arabic miracle? Is that... Yes, if Vidit loses, he is out. So he is probably facing the last few moments of this World Cup. He's trying to find something, but it's not there. People are saying right now Vidit should resign. Right. No, he should resign when it is 100% clear he's going to lose. If you've got even a 1% chance of saving this, and he's not getting mated immediately, then you should continue.
If I finally managed to formulate a request for the interview.
Oh, great, great. So, what are your predictions, Almira, for the final? Did you have a thought?
Well, not yet.
I have no. It's early days.
We still have
early days.
Yes.
Early days. We'll come on to that when we get a bit closer to the end.
This is the question from the audience.
No, it was a question from Emil Satovsky over lunch to me. I do find it depressing when people are saying resign now. Resigning now costs a lot of money, by the way. So there is nothing to be gained until it's absolutely crystal clear that the game is lost. I mean, you save yourself time.
Yes, but it also is like how difficult it is for a player to resign now.
It's these people with engines who see that this is winning, and it's very easy. They have this feeling of omnipotence because they know that the position is lost. But I don't think it's going to last much longer. 2 or 3 more moves.
Do we know who Magnus will play in the next round?
I've forgotten this. This is...
We were talking about the... is he playing Duda?
I've completely forgotten.
We
need to look at
at the bracket.
Yeah.
Yes, actually, this is Duda or Vidit, yes. So...
One day at a time.
No, so what I wanted to say that Sergei Karyakin is not in this side of the bracket, so this could be a repeat of a match.
Okay.
Of course, it depends on so many factors.
In the final.
Yes, I think Sergei Karyakin is the strongest player from this side of the bracket. And
Tarash said no one has ever won a game by resigning. Which country was he from?
Nigel.
We don't have our expert here.
Actually, I think one of the phrases that I like the most was said by William Steinitz, is that give me a knight on d6 and I will win every game.
Really?
Yeah, I like this phrase very much. It demonstrates so eloquently
Yes.
the power, of the outpost and the weak squares and
Yes.
strong squares, everything in one phrase. He went for king c5 and rook c7, and then he went for king b4.
So he's hoping to get queen versus rook. If he gets queen versus rook, he's in good shape.
But can I do this simply?
Yes, king a3.
And
Keep going.
this?
King b2.
And
King.
a2? Oh, this is
Then you want rook
this I
check
play
and
rook
check.
e7. Yes. I just wanted to find the simpler way to win.
Yeah.
So-
No, that's good enough.
I cannot find mate, obviously, so I
So when
went.
king a5.
Where? Wait. He started with queen b7. Okay.
Yeah, that's just mate, isn't
But then
it? Queen a8.
Yes, then you go for the
You
same.
you go for queen a7. He's gone queen a7 and then queen b8 and then rook a7. So it's all going to be matey. Yeah. That's, yeah. I wonder whether he's going to play on until mate. He may as well at this point. Go on. Play the last move. No. Mate next move.
Young Krzysztof wins this game and the match.
Yep. And he, as you say, will be facing Magnus Carlsen. So that's the end of India's hopes. Vidit was the last remaining player.
Oh, he had such a great tournament.
No,
so-
very good, very good. But there are always regrets. You always wish you go further.
And
It's good.
yes, now that's the last game remaining in the in the open section, if I might say, because Ju and June actually could have played this tournament.
Right.
Yes, but she declined. She was qualified for both events, surprisingly, so she couldn't play.
But there has been a huge problem, isn't there? I mean, with the COVID situation and the Chinese players, and it's what's been to do with the provinces? Is that what has happened?
Different bureaucratic protocols. I would say, okay, bureaucratic. This is my interpretation. So you need to get plenty of authorization to leave the country. This is the position that I have. King h8, and he goes for rook d8 here. They're going to repeat the position once again, or? Well, he was...
Incidentally, you know that Amin Tabatabai, he was one of the Iranians who played against an Israeli player. Do you remember that in Spain? And got into a lot of trouble for having done so.
Well, Vladimir Fedoseev was choosing a different square every time here, like rook f8, now rook d8, so bishop b6. That didn't change much. So what did he do?
King f4.
King f4.
He has to play g4 at some point. So that's the only chance. G4, and then he hopes to get in h5 check.
Rook c4. Should we try g4 here?
Yeah, why not? So apparently my quote on Tarash was wrong. Who cares?
Okay, maybe.
Yeah, King f7 is possible. Well, I like King f7.
Here?
Yeah.
I wanted to start pushing a5, so maybe I have time to do so.
No, I want King e7 and resigns.
Rook d6. And I think King f7 was played. I think we're running out of fuel.
We are. We are.
We are as exhausted as the players.
Yes. Mind you, they look fresh enough. I mean, they're.
No, the thing is, I was looking for the free day, and actually, we don't get a free day because yes, the ladies' event is. I'm going
to send you into the office on your own, Elmira, as a punishment. I don't know for what, but as a punishment.
Let me check if.
It feels like a draw. It feels very drawish.
Okay, and what happened in this one?
Oh, right. Okay, some maneuver. Oh, that.
Let's
G6, that almost got interesting.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
F5. She pushed F5 here.
Okay, let's have a look. So we got some excitement. We'll keep an eye on the other game. Obviously, we're here until the end, but not much has changed for a very long while in the other game. With the Muzichuk now has maybe created some sort of a chance.
So she took on G6.
Took on G6 and Rook C8. And
you have to play Rook E8.
And then you take on E8. And then you lose.
Sorry. No,
you have to play Rook takes. You have to take, yes, and then I take on C8.
I didn't even see that I could do this.
Then
this and
so
Rook
takes,
G6.
and then Rook G7 and King. King G3.
But okay, G5.
G5 I take. Takes King F4. And you're in trouble.
Yes, because my king is cut. Alexander Gayachkin is king.
Yes.
And you have an extra tempo in the pawn game. I mean, if it will get to this, so I can.
It's not going to get to a pawn
No, but
game.
I mean, of course, I cannot.
It's not. This is not trivial at all. In fact,
What I meant is this if you
this
take,
one.
then
This.
if just so you have
Yeah, that's
your pawn is- yes,
always lost. King f6 will win.
Okay, Nigel, we will have a small break, and when we will get back, we will finally have.
Oh,
an
rook
interview.
takes d6 is the move. Of course, she's winning with rook takes d6. Takes on c8, rook takes d6.
Yes, we missed something.
Oh, just over.
So I knew we couldn't take it on g6.
Well, she's smashed, isn't she?
But then rook.
So she's just.
No, wait. How did it go?
Is that the position?
Yes, you can play this.
Yeah, rook takes e8.
Rook takes e8.
You have to take.
And I'm losing.
You just
yes.
so you have to take, and takes here. Rook takes.
Okay, maybe this one.
Okay,
Maybe this is a
okay,
draw. Yes.
okay.
So maybe I can
Play king f7.
king f7 and king
Yes,
f6.
yes, yes.
Okay, I'm not losing. Okay.
But you're not losing. Rook h6. Yeah, you're not losing. You play. You do nothing. You go with the rook somewhere.
Maybe
rook
not
b3.
here.
Rook
yes,
b3
maybe
or
here
something.
so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Still a draw.
We'll-
So how did you? Yeah. So rook e8 is
I
forced.
don't know.
Rook e8 is forced. Absolutely forced.
Nigel, I just announced that we are coming back from break with an interview, so we have to go.
Oh right. Oh,
Yes.
no. There's another question.
Another one.
I've got another question. Can we go?
Yes.
How is the race? What if we take?
And
I
you go
can't-
king
I-
g3?
I can't count. Somewhere takes. Takes. We're
King
not.
h4. No, I don't think
King h4. We're here.
you're not in
We're
time.
not in time. And black is in time, and you're in time. Time for a break. We need sustenance.
First guest this afternoon is Sergei Karyakin, who has just tied the match with Shankland after defeating in the game. So, how are you feeling, Sergei?
Well. Today I'm feeling great because I lost yesterday and I had to win on the spot, and somehow I managed in a completely crazy game.
Okay, I have some questions about the game. It was very interesting to me. The first question is, were you expecting the French defense today?
No, I didn't expect French because I thought that he might go to Sicilian, which is his main opening, or he might go e4, e5, just to be solid, and he also played it many times. So I was expecting more c5 or e5, but he played e6, and at this moment I started to think, and I didn't want to go to some long theoretical lines. I thought, okay, let's play d3 and to fight. Yeah.
That was my next question. I saw you take a deep breath. You spent 2 or 3 minutes thinking your options. I suppose you wanted to avoid his home preparation, and that's why you chose d3, the King's Indian attack.
Yes, first of all, it's his preparation, but also I was afraid to go to some long theoretical lines, and then if he prepared well and I didn't repeat the lines, I can go wrong and I can just spoil my chances. So I thought let's try to make a long game and then to wait for my chance.
So you played the standard knight f1 h2 idea. He played the Egyptian's defense, which means you can't sacrifice straight on h6 because he has bishop f8. But you decided this king h1, rook g1 and g5. That's very interesting.
Yeah, I felt like it's very interesting. And also, if you want to win, you don't really have a choice. You have to do something like this. Maybe objectively he was completely fine, I believe, but at the same time, in a practical game, he blundered once and then he was just lost. So it means that the position was very tense.
So finally, when you sacrificed the rook on g7, up to how long had you calculated? To the end?
Well, I have seen this line where I take the queen and then I have this very important queen g5, knight h4, and I thought, okay, it's probably winning, and let's go on.
Okay, well, thanks for the interview. Congratulations and good luck tomorrow in the tiebreaks.
Thank you.
Welcome back. I'm delighted to have with me Jan Krzysztof Duda, who has won his game against Vidit Santosh Gujarati. Tough match. And now you go through to play Magnus in the semis.
Yeah, it will be even tougher match.
Even tougher match. Tell us something about your game today. Just show us the key moments that you.
Yeah, I have expected him to play this variation. He played like this against Vasif Droibali in the previous round. This Arhangelsk, yeah, or modern, I don't know how it's called. Yeah, basically I wanted to play something else, but today was a very specific day. I almost, I missed my transport to playing venue and almost was late. And it's thanks to generosity of Magnus that I was on time.
So you got in his car, did you? Right. Yeah. Okay, well done.
Yeah, so
you're a hitchhiker.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I wanted to play something else, but decided to just to make a draw. To be honest,
to make a draw. Why is this drawish?
Yeah, tell me. Some computer-generated variation. This bishop b7, knight takes e4. He didn't play like this, but Anish did in Manchester in Croatia. So yeah, I expected this line. And d5. There are many options for both sides, of course. Mostly for white, of course, because black has to do what white allows him to. But
so where was he making a draw? Explain this to me. Where is the draw?
Because c takes b7 is the main move here. I just play queen takes f2.
Yes.
Bishop takes e6 is the best. Basically the only move for black.
Yes.
Not to be worse. And knight takes e5. Queen f6 was a move I didn't know, to be honest. Just castle.
And this is
this is a draw, but I can show the variation.
Yeah, show us, please.
Because queen e7, and here I wanted to play knight d2.
Yes.
I wanted to check, if he knows this. If he knew, then it would have been just an easy draw for him. Let me recall now. So it's d5. Queen takes g2.
Queen takes g2.
Yeah, queen e3 check.
All right.
King h1.
All right.
And here, king takes f7. And,
come on.
Yeah.
Come on. Oh, you're joking.
Yeah.
Who is going to play like this? This is not...
Nobody. If he doesn't know the idea, then he obviously never plays it. So
yeah.
Yeah. So
but isn't this a little bit of a risk always when you're playing... I don't mean you. When one is playing incredibly long... complicated computer generations like this, you are testing your memory.
Yeah, luckily I checked this yesterday as well, so yeah. When you play Arhangelsk, then you have to know a lot of variations, so yeah, it just, you have to live like this when you play black, yeah. So
yeah.
With black, so yeah, he played queen f6, which probably isn't a big mistake or something. I just think the level, the endgame was about level.
That was interesting that you thought the endgame was...
maybe I'm slightly better here.
Because, my immediate reaction was that you were better in this endgame, and the engine seemed to prefer white, and it looked to me like there were... two results here, that the prospects of black winning a position like this are very, very small indeed. You have to be extremely careless to lose this position with white.
I'm indeed in charge here. But it's when you play at such stage in the World Cup, then everything is possible. So he has some postpones. So now, of course, I agree that I'm in charge here, and I'm never losing this. But yeah, who knows? Yeah, and somehow I'm not sure. I'm not sure what he should have done. Yeah.
Did you? So there was no point in this endgame where you felt, here he missed a clear chance to make a draw, or it was a sort of slow drift and then
Yeah.
suddenly your night is coming round. I mean, I liked this bit. You've got this when you had the knight in the center, and then your knight starts to come round,
Yeah, obviously
You
the
know-
knight is approaching the b4 square here.
and this was very nice. At what moment did you know absolutely you were going to win? That you were totally confident that the game was in the bag?
Yeah, okay, I think after knight takes b4, but like
right,
100% sure, right? But I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
I calculated this beforehand, and of course I saw I'm winning, so
You saw you were,
yeah, so I-
because it was too much for us. I mean, the moment we saw here this position, we were sure you were winning, but we weren't sure how. So, but we're lazy in the, you're not lazy because you're having to play this.
Yeah, no, the thing is that his pieces are so bad here that I'm just
Yeah.
almost checkmating him, right?
Well,
I
it's
even don't have to play queen versus rook endgame. So,
Yes,
yeah,
that's the important thing. So, anyway, congratulations on that, and you've earned yourself a free day.
yeah, I'm very happy with it.
How were you feeling in the tournament? Your energy is all right so far,
Yeah, probably. I mean, I'm playing reasonably well. Yeah, probably. I mean, it's just the best tournament of my life in classical chess. So, yeah, I'm very happy with my play. I haven't made much errors, I think, throughout the tournament so far, and yeah, everything is working for me.
Good. Well, thank you very much for coming in and sharing your thoughts on the game and the tournament so far.
Thank you.
And good luck in the semi-finals against Magnus Carlsen.
Thank you.
We'll take a very short break and we'll be back soon.
So our next guest this afternoon is Magnus Carlsen, who's just defeated Etienne Barrault by 2-0. Were you expecting this choice of opening by your opponent?
No, I was a bit surprised, but I think it was a good choice since he got a comfortable position afterwards. I think I responded kind of meekly, and I was a little bit worse for sure.
Okay. So, of course, it's hard to know exactly what your opponent was thinking, but it seemed to me that maybe he missed the knight e7 idea in the main line. And specifically, what were you preparing to do if he had played queen g4?
Yeah, I sort of missed some details before I went h4 myself, which is it's an ugly positional move, but I kind of want to play e5 and sort of clarify everything. And so he took an e4, believing I had to take back. I'm almost completely sure he missed knight e7 because you never allowed that. So if he goes queen g4, queen e6, one of those, I'll exchange the rooks, go queen f7, queen e6, and exchange. And I thought there were very good winning chances, but most of all, I'm never ever losing it, of course. So that was already, I felt like I was already playing with house money then. And then we made a couple of more moves. He took an e7, I took back, and he played knight f5, rook e2, and he played knight d4 and offered me a draw. Yeah, it was a bit too late.
Yeah, I didn't hear that, but that's a surprise, obviously.
Maybe for that. I mean, I understand that I win the match, but by accepting that, I thought my position was just too winning. So I mean, in general, you don't decline these offers, but I just thought there was just no way I was losing it, and it's nice to pick up the win.
Of course. Now, you advanced semi-finals. You've got 2 free days until the next game. What are you planning to do these 2 days?
First of all, I desperately need them. I think everybody needs them. But yeah, now I've played 8 days in a row, and I could really feel it today that I had zero energy. So I intend to go for a hike in the mountains, probably try and relax and just be glad for 2 things: that I don't have to play for a couple of days, and most of all, that I'm still in the tournament.
Okay, congratulations.
And I know that I will be here to the end regardless, so might as well try and win it.
Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Dramatic scenes in the one remaining game of the day between Vladimir Fedoseev and Amin Tabatabai.
Yes.
And we should go straight to the tournament hall and have a look at the players. You see there Amin Tabatabai slumped in his chair.
Let's get the board, yes.
Looking, yeah, and if we can have the board. Slumped, looking distraught, I would say, and looking in utter disbelief at his position.
What
that was a
happened
move.
here is that he took on g3,
yes.
and he forgot that after bishop e5 he's losing a piece.
Yeah, because after king c6, rook a6
also,
check,
yes.
not also, only.
Only?
Yes.
But how?
Rook a6 check, king d7, king anywhere.
And then
He's gone.
take
King d7, and then king d7.
Yes.
And then you must. Well, you can check first. King e7 takes on e6, takes f5. King takes, bishop takes g3, and the white king stops the a pawn, and the bishop protects. The a pawn and the bishop protects the h pawn, and that's it.
And it's the right bishop as well.
It's the right bishop as well. And a blunder, and you can see the suffering.
Well, all his dreams were shattered by one move.
Yes.
As you said
well,
before.
he got it's again one of these games where he actually was the beneficiary of something similar against Matirosyan, in that it was constant pressure for a very, very long time. And you can say, I mean, if you will switch the engine on, the engine will say that black was doing fine. But in fact, Fedoseev was the only player really with any hope of winning. Not a great hope, but some small hope of winning.
I was trying to understand, after rook b3, he didn't go king e4. He went king d4, and that was actually a trap. So, but if I would repeat moves,
that's
with rook b4,
just
king, and then that was such a clever trap. So,
and he's looking. I mean, he's calculated it all some minutes ago, and this looking up into the sky has nothing to do with the position in front of him, really. I mean, the variations, he knows it all. This is just coming to terms with his exit from this tournament. And as you see, Fedoseev strolling up and down extremely confidently, and he's actually sat down at the board. But it's
not so easy to calm down, even for Vladimir Fedoseev.
Yeah. And sometimes you sit down at the board just because you want your opponent to resign. It's often the case. You sit down and you're basically saying, okay, it's over. It's over. I've given you some time to think it's over, and to come to terms with it. So there's nothing more to be said or done, and it's just agony.
Nigel, you know, it's almost the same situation reversed.
It is.
Yes, because
It is.
he wanted to get a clear-cut draw.
Absolutely.
And he didn't want to defend for hours and
Yes.
hours once again.
Yeah.
And, well, that's the nature of this blunder. But what would happen here, for example, if we would give checks once again? Is it a draw?
No, it's just a draw.
But is it? For
It is a
example,
draw.
let's say I will give a check, I'll go back, then...
Check.
Then, okay, let me try king e4, then this, I have this, but you have bishop d5, yes?
Yep.
Bishop d5 here. But I kept this pawn then, so I can go here, bishop c3. And you can push, okay, but I can push here. Maybe it was not so easy after all.
Maybe not. Well, okay, go on.
So how
Check.
Check, bishop c3, a3.
Could we have done it a3,
And can I go for f5?
a2,
a2, yes, okay.
and he's resigned. And that is Vladimir Fedoseev through to the semi-finals. He's qualified. As yet, he does not know his opponent. It will be either Sam Shankland or Sergei Karyakin, who won in crushing style today. So a dramatic finish. I mean, you can even describe it as a, cheap trick, but that's how games are decided. And congratulations to him, because he maintained this pressure for a very, very long time. Wasn't able to break through, but eventually the concentration just waned briefly. It only takes a single move. And that is the painful thing about these knockout events. You're climbing up Mount Everest, you're near to the top, and then you suddenly lose your footing. Your moments lapse in concentration. You lose your footing, and that's the end.
I wanted to praise Tabatabai attitude, and also he had such a great event. So
yes.
Congratulations to him. He has qualified for the Grand Prix series.
Excellent player.
And he will have another shot at the candidates, actually, because there will be three Grand Prix tournaments, and he will participate in those and will try to qualify for the candidates.
And it goes to show that, he is one of the crop of very young, very talented Iranian players. Ali Reza Firouzja, we know, has left the country. He's the best known of them all, and gone to France. But they have other players, maybe not exactly on the same level, but they're very strong indeed. Thank you for the chats, the comments. Are you going to read this for us?
Yes, because I was waiting for you to finish.
Yes.
Here are the results of the Ladies World Cup. We have two draws. Alexander Gerechkin drew Anna Muzichuk, and Tan Zhongyi drew Alexandra Kostyanyuk. So both Alexandras are coming back tomorrow with white pieces.
Yes.
And of course, last but not least, Nigel.
Oh,
I'm waiting for a poem.
Of course. And we must not forget our sponsors. Our general partner of the championship is Gazprom, global energy company, and Gas Central Heating. That's what I'm going to have this winter in Athens. I don't know whether it will be Gazprom, but it's a massive company, absolutely huge. Nornickel is a leading Russian metals and mining company and is the world's largest producer of high-grade nickel and palladium. It's very good. This World Cup has been the only time I've ever used the word palladium, and I get to use it every day. I'm very happy about that. And then the other, Fosagro, is a strategic partner of FIDE and a general partner of the Russian Chess Federation. They are one of the world's largest producers of phosphate-based fertilizers, and they supply phosphates to over 100 countries in the world, a massive multinational company.
So, well, shout out to the chat. Yes, please come back tomorrow.
Please come back tomorrow. Please be polite. We love your comments, most of them. And
it's a new dawn. It's a new day. It's a new life.
And I'm feeling good.
And we will be back. See you tomorrow.